me see. Sorry, I'm really tired. Oh, okay. Oh, Konnichiwa! Hello, it's me, your hallowed Huldra Blossom! Hi! I realized I wanted to check the timer and I was too,
The rope is an important item found in the
Hilltop Center of Silent Hill 3. You can find it in a drawer on the office on the third floor. If you're playing an easy riddle difficulty, you can just pick it up. If not, you'll have to find a screwdriver to pry the drawer open. Anyway, Jay, thank you for being first here. The first and only. If anyone says otherwise, I'll smack them. Hello, Draco. Hello, Lyles. Hello, Panda. 60-day Subathon. Hello, Crafter. Hello. I wonder how long Blossom's chat delay is to catch naughty messages. Actually, it's set to the shortest delay possible. There should be, like, basically no delay. But that changes depending on how fast Twitch is and how fast my internet is. I did see a Crafter. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. Hello. She's in my ears, the horror. Hello, Goodish. 40 days till 100. Yes. Oh, hello, Nimby, by the way. Nimby, hi. Hi, how you doing? Hi. My cat's been eating plastic. And I can't stop him. Hi, gamers. Hi, gamers. Hi. Chat, it scares me. I was, going to... What is this? What is this server that I'm a part of? And anyway...
It's Tuesday, isn't it?
I was going to, stream earlier and I kept getting distracted. And then it got, like, late and I was still like, you know what? I'm still gonna stream. Oh, military dear. Still the Mrs. Who's pissy. That's gross. That's a good one, though. Hello! Creepy Pro, welcome. Happy 60th day of your subathon. I can't believe it's been 2 months. I have been, it's actually, yeah, it's been 2 months of streaming. I mean, I've seen other subathons, but none as long as this. It's taken too long, my friend. It's something you'd type. I would type that. I'd be like, I was gonna stream yesterday and I didn't. Hello, Flushed. 81 years. Wow. I was going to stream yesterday and then I wanted to watch One Piece because we got to some interesting things in Whole Cake. So instead I forgot to tell people that I wasn't gonna stream, and so instead I just watched One Piece with Boily Way friends. I think we said like halfway through. Started cooking for me and my parents as of 2 Fridays ago. Oh, heck yeah. Longest streamathon has been going on for like 2+ years. Ugh. You picked One Piece over us? I can't really blame you for that. I was getting so burnt out about streaming. And I was just like, I wanna watch One Piece, man. I wanna get through Whole Cake. Because Wano seems so exciting, and then like a lot of cool stuff was happening in Whole Cake, and I was getting really excited for it. A lot of Sanji stuff. And then we got to Beji. We got to Beji. Or Capone. And I thought it was really interesting how instead of like 60 days of subathon, indeed egged. I thought it was really interesting how in this like Oda did not give much of a backstory for Capone besides like, oh, he was like literally like a mafia boss, literally just a terrible person, and now the Straw Hats are teaming up with them. I'm like, what? Okay. And they're like, what's our deal? We're gonna traumatize a woman and then kill her. Okay. Why are the Straw Hats agreeing to this? I guess she's not a good person, so it kind of makes sense, but also feels weird, man. Feels weird. Yep. I've had way too much caffeine today. Remember, according to Luffy, they are not good guys. Yeah, Luffy doesn't... He's like, we're not heroes, we're pirates. So, like, they are the heroes of the story, but they aren't heroes in themselves. They're literally fine with... Apparently fine with killing a woman. I mean, she is a jerk. But, like, why are they killing Big Mom when they could have killed Doflamingo? I want Doflamingo to die. I wanted him to die. Why are they aiming for Big Mom instead? It's weird. If they're going to kill someone, go back and kill that guy. Go to Impel Down and stab him. Luffy is consistently inconsistent, yeah. I'll try not to spoil anything because I forgot Yukurish is here, but yeah. The protagonist of the story, but they're criminals. They are criminals! Because Dofi overthrew a corrupt king. No! Everyone knows that's not true! It is just really funny, though, that, like, a pre-time skip, they're like, hee! So you don't mind killing, you just want them to pick better murder targets. Exactly. It's just weird to think of, this is why it's time to game instead of tism, yeah. I'm just wondering why the frick, like, I get, like, pre-time skip, it's all hee-hee-ha-hee-hee, and then, like, post-time skip, they're like, we're gonna go kidnap someone, and then we're gonna go murder someone, and then we're gonna go murder another person, and I'm like, whoa, ah! Ah! Like, that seems rather dark, huh? I'm wondering if they'll actually do it. Ooh, you can't talk about One Piece too much or it'll get spoiled. Ooh, yeah. It's just like a post-time skip, things have gotten a little bit more serious and it's kind of like, oh, Oda, okay. I like that they didn't have to give Beji too much character development to make you go like, all right, this guy's okay. Like they kind of like had like, oh, he's a bad dude, he's done bad things, look how bad his past is, he's a spooky dude. And then like Luffy's like, and they're like, yeah, but he could be on our side, and Luffy's like, alright. Alright. You watch a Marine's murder. Changes use of man just saying. True. True. Spoilers for Goodish, don't read, Goodish, don't read. It does though, man, it does. I feel like Luffy has developed into quite the character. Are you crying? Ah! It's so sad, man, it's so sad. Anyway, speaking of, I've been playing One Piece Odyssey, which is, sorry, Goodish, I'll say no more. Which is a, really good game. It's been very good. It's, turn-based, which I enjoy a lot. And it was a One Piece turn-based game, and the main problem, I think, with it is that there's so many freaking Straw Hats that keeping them leveled up is a little annoying. Like, Brook has been trailing behind everyone else, and I've been trying to level them up, and it's like, please. It's the most popular anime, I'd be surprised if I didn't get spoiled. True. I somehow had not gotten spoiled for Ace. And then I was like, got to the point, I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Anyway. One Piece Odyssey is great. It follows, you go to they go to an island, named Wofford. Zayim! Zayim! They get my 7 water! The internet spoiled Gear 4 and 5 before I got there. He doesn't know about Gear 4 and 5! Make me when it's a good... Make me when it's game time. What game time. For 25 stream streaks, sip of marmalade. Also, I saw your art. It was very good. I forgot to comment it on it, but awesome art. Bless first your stream. Take care, Crafter. You could game. I was playing Odyssey, and I finished the game. It's like you go back in time. You go like not back in time, but you go to like memories. Guess what I'm working on? I was so hyped seeing the drawing that you were doing, Zam. I was so hyped. Anyway, what was it? So, Odyssey, like, you go into this world called Memoria, which is based on the memories of the Straw Hats. And you relive some of their adventures. So you go through Alabasta, Water 7, which includes Innis Lobby, Marineford, and Dressrosa. And I was like, oh, this is cool. I was most excited for Dressrosa because obviously my favorite character's there. My favorite character's there. And Dressrosa did not disappoint. It was very good. Water 7 was like, don't forget Impel Down. Impel Down wasn't in the game. It wasn't in the game. They had, specifically they had, Alabasta, which took like 5 hours to complete. It was like the longest section because they kept like, you had to run across the whole desert and it was really annoying. And we saw Ace for a second and I hoped that he'd join our party, but then he didn't and I was disappointed. And then, and you got to fight characters like Bon Clay and of course Crocodile. And then Water 7, which, basically everything was shifted around, like, because the memories are, like, because in Memoria things are, like, a little different. So, like, they found out that, Cutty Flam had the plans for Pluton ahead of time, so they didn't even go after Iceberg in, like, the memory. So they just, like, kidnapped Frankie and Usopp because Usopp was, hanging around Frankie in that world. And so you had to like you had like the memory version of Frankie because you didn't have the normal version, but the normal version of Usopp. So Usopp like this time is not like that scared. He's like, yeah, we got captured, but it'll turn out fine. And you go to like you were trying to find Lucci, and then like you end up having to go to Innis Lobby. You go to Innis Lobby, you fight Kaku, you fight Lucci, you get Frankie and Usopp back, and it ends in the exact same spot in the exact same way as the anime. I don't want to spoil it because Goodish isn't there yet. I was like, okay, that's cool. It felt a little disappointing though because the areas that they allowed you in were very restrictive and it wasn't much like the original. Alabasta was much closer to the original, but even it was weird. And then Marineford was a boss royale. It was just Marineford, not Impel Down, just Marineford. You just kind of spawned in the middle of Marineford, but this time there's all of the Straw Hats, which is a little weird. And then you like had to fight like a bunch of bosses back to back to back without being able to save. And I actually ended up dying in one level because I was under leveled, but I had like 2 NPCs helping me out, and I was like, oh, thank God that I have these 2 NPCs helping me out, otherwise I'd be toast. And then the admirals showed up and I was like, ah, frick. And that one, it was like it ended similarly to the anime. And I was like, yeah, you can't really, like, you thought for a second that it was gonna be different and that they changed the past. even if it was in a fictional world, and I was like, yay, they did it! And then, like, at the last second, it ends up basically the same, and I'm like, oh, and I felt so bad, because, like, they even had the second, they had, like, Luffy, and he's like, oh, like, he looks, like, so crushed. He was like, I thought we could change things for a second there. And then he just like, okay, we have to get out of here because we've accomplished our goal at this point, that we can leave the Memoria. Because the whole reason they're there is because they have to accomplish a goal, and then once that goal is accomplished, they will regain their strength, because they lost some of their strength in the game. Like, their powers got reduced, and they have to relive their memories to get it back. And then Dressrosa was fantastic. It looked like Dressrosa. It looked like Dressrosa. It started... I kind of guessed exactly where it started, when I spawned into the world. I'm like, I bet this is right before Doflamingo makes his bounty thing. And then, like, straight up, you ran around a bit, and then Doflamingo shows up on his big screen and makes his whole bounty thing, and I'm like, ah, yes, I was right. And your whole thing is to get to the King's Plateau to kick Doflamingo's butt. Which there was a little bit of running around. You got to go to the Colosseum. You got to fight Burgess twice. I hated his laugh because, of course, you know. Then, like, it was really weird because they had, like, so many characters that became your allies for the segment. We got Sabo, and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna come along. And I'm like, all right, I guess Sabo's just following us. And then we got, Rebecca, who didn't fight, but was, like, following us around. I'm like, okay, she's there. And then, like, halfway up the mountain, like, straight up, Law falls from the sky, completely, like, beaten up. And it's really funny because he's just like, what the frick? What are you doing here? Like, you're supposed to be helping me. And then we're like, oh, sorry, we got distracted. Yep, we can't explain the whole thing. And he passes out, and so Frankie just carries him around over his shoulder. Hello, Karma Commando. Hello, Bunny. Frankie just carries him over his shoulder like a bag of potatoes. Until he wakes up. And then we also got Cavendish. I was like, why did we get Cavendish on our side? He shows up as a boss because he's unconscious. No, we weren't hiking. I was talking about the Dressrosa section of One Piece Odyssey. Let me see. Like, Cavendish shows up, you have to beat him. And then once you beat him, he joins your side. And so then you have, like, these 3 NPCs that are just following you around. And it was weird. Who's Law? My favorite character from One Piece. He's a big loser. But he has a really cool power, and he's kind of dumb. He's my favorite character, though. He actually, like, some people were legit saying that he became the protagonist of 2 segments. Was her himbo husbando? He's not really a himbo. He's just, he thinks that he can, like, plan everything out, and then everyone no one really listens to him. And so all his plans turn out terrible. Xiume's husbando! I'm not legally allowed to call him my husbando. I have a boyfriend. He'll get jealous. He'll get jealous. But the Dressrosa section was fun. And I literally did, they had so many NPCs that they only allowed you to have 2 on the, they only allowed you to have 2 on the field at a time. I know Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Sanji, Robin, Hopper, and the Cyborg Man. Oh, so you don't know Brooke. Is he the Skeleton Man? No. Law is not one of the Straw Hats. He's a side character that gets introduced a little bit in Shibondi and then like back in Punk Hazard, and then he becomes like kind of like the main character for a while. Come in here and it's One Piece talk again. Yes. He's a surgeon of death. His powers have to do with operating rooms. It's called the Ape no Mi. The operating room thing. Not a Straw Hat, no wonder I have no clue. He gets kind of adopted by the Straw Hats for a while. It's really funny. I think that's why I liked him so much, is because like they just kind of welcome him in. They're like, he like in a certain area, he's like, okay, I'm gonna, in Punk Hazard, he's like, I want to go fight this big dude. Will you join me to fight him? And they're like, sure, let's make a pirate alliance. And he's like, this means I get tough allies on my side. And Luffy's like, this means we're friends now. It's really funny. And so then as soon as I get to like the other Straw Hats, they're like, we made an alliance. And they're like, oh no, Law, do you know what that means? There's like, it means that we're allies now and we'll fight against the same guy, right? It's like, no, this means Luffy thinks you're his best friend. He's like, what do you mean he thinks that I'm his best friend? And Luffy's like, yeah, you're my best friend. He's like, oh, dang it. It was really, really funny. I also love they're like, what if Law betrays you? And Luffy goes, are you gonna betray us? And Law's just like, no. They're like, see, it's all fine. He won't betray us. It's really funny. Just the way that they reintroduce this character is so funny. And then they like immediately they're like, okay, here's the plan, blah 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 blah. And then they're like, okay, so Law, you need to take Chopper with you. And he's like, okay, I'll carry him, I guess. And they're like, here, and they tie him to Law's head. And he's like, what the frick are you doing? No, you guys are insane. He's like, I'm gonna put him in a bag. I'm gonna shove your little reindeer in a bag and carry him around. How about that? That's basically what happens. It's really funny, the whole segment. Because Chopper couldn't move at that point because of the plot things that Law actually caused. Because Law was freaking with the Straw Hats. He was freaking with everyone on the island, honestly. He has an ability that, like, body swaps people, so... It's like, of course you had to mess everything up before you joined their side. Yeah, it was funny, though. Punk Hazard was really, really funny just because I think how serious Law was taking everything and how unserious all the Straw Hats were taking it. They were just like, hee-hee-hee. And he's like, wait, can you please take this seriously? They're like, no, this is how we work. We don't take anything seriously here. Thank you for 70 streamy weemy streak. Woo. Anyway. Yeah, Law's funny just because of his interactions with the Straw Hats, I think. Because he's like the straight guy in the series. And then he's just clowned on. Resident Evil. Hello, Namco. Thank you for 55 stream streak, Draco. It's like Jinbei. I really liked Jinbei in a straight guy. No, he's a straight man. I thought it was really funny in Fishman Island with Jinbei. And I think Jinbei is also sort of taking that role as well now that he's like reintroduced into the story as like the straight man for the group, because like they're like being absolute psychos, and Jinbei's like, can you chill please for a second? Like Luffy gets into like this really tense situation, and his first option, like the first thing that comes to his head is like, I'm gonna punch this dude, and Jinbei's like, please do not punch this guy. You cannot punch him. That is not what we were doing right now. It's really funny. Like, Jinbei is like Law if he actually took action to stop Luffy's insanity. It's kind of funny how Law kind of goes along with it at a point. Does Luffy ever get a crush on someone? No, actually, Oda kind of decided that he wouldn't have Luffy have any romance. Some people do get crushes on Luffy. There's like I know at least one woman that does get a crush on him. It's actually like a huge, not a huge, but it's a kind of a big part of the story actually, that she ends up falling for him. But Luffy doesn't really care about that. He's like so focused on his adventure that he's like, I got no time for romance. He also said that he wouldn't write romance for any of the crew members, Oda did. Because he's just like, that's not the focus on it. You're my friend now. He just decided that he wasn't gonna do that. I do think it'd be interesting to see what happens though. Although like they were developing some stuff with Sanji that I was kind of interested in, but no. I hate how every piece of media they add a romance. Yeah, One Piece isn't like that. They don't really have romance. They have like characters that might fall for another character, but it's never really reciprocated, or if it is, then they were like, it's in the past. Like in Dressrosa, they had like a character and his backstory of how he fell in love with this girl, and it was like that was important because his daughter was an important character. And they didn't really go into much about their like how they fell in love or anything like that. They just have like a few little scenes. They're like, look, he fell in love. And then they left, and then they had a kid, and you're like, oh, okay, that's why it's there. But for the main cast, there's like no romance. Even like at one point, you think there's romance between like Sanji and this chick, and then like, nope. No more deadbeats like Usopp's dad. Usopp's dad is the biggest deadbeat. I saw someone draw a thing. They're like Usopp's dad being like, "Hey Usopp, how you doing? How's your mom?" And Usopp's like, "She's dead, Dad. She's dead." I hate his dad so much. I know nothing about this man, but I hate him already. It feels bad because like I know that Usopp like cares about him and thinks the world of him, but I'm like, oh, you abandoned your son, man. You abandoned your son. Full of deadbeat. Almost was watching I was watching Star Wars and I almost screamed when they added romance to the guy that betrayed the Empire and the maintenance lady. I haven't watched a lot of Star Wars. Usopp's dad makes it sound like he likes Luffy more than him. Oh. What was it? I think maybe let me Google something. It's a few islands away, and Luffy's flashback. He didn't even visit. I'm trying to look up the character. Yeah, okay, so like I watched as a kid, I watched Star Wars: The Clone Wars. My favorite character was Ahsoka. He was my favorite character. I also liked Jar Jar. I know, cursed, right? Cursed, but I thought he was funny as a kid, so. Those were my favorite characters of Star Wars. I don't like, most of the time I don't like female characters in stories. It's not that I dislike them, it's just like they're not normally my favorites. But Ahsoka was different. I was like, I like her. She's cool. I want to be her. Ahsoka, I want to be you. She was, a really cool character. I want to rewatch Clone Wars, honestly. President woman hater. Misogyny. I freaking hate women. I will destroy all women. They're just not normally my favorites. It's like One Piece. I can't really imagine that many female characters that I like that much. I like Robin. I like Robin. I like Nami, okay. Although for some reason she's kind of Nami is kind of annoying in the One Piece Odyssey. I don't know why, but I was getting annoyed every time she spoke, and I'm like, why am I getting annoyed every time she speaks? I don't know. In the anime, it's different. I actually like her, but I don't know. I like the pre-time skip more than post-time skip, though. Last news for the ads. There's not that many great female characters in One Piece. A lot of them are losers. Robin's really cool, though. Robin's cool. Well, all the guys get the limelight. It is a show for guys. I think Oda straight up literally was like, this show is for men. Doesn't mean women can't enjoy it, but it's like he's not writing it for them, you know? Kind of want to play a game, but I don't know which game I want to play. I sort of... Okay, so like, so I finished One Piece Odyssey. I got through the story mode. It took like 28 hours, I believe. It is a JRPG, so that makes sense. Usopp hasn't in a while. He hasn't had any. Is my sister's birthday today. Me and the gang spent the last 5 months making a card game for her birthday. We printed and shipped it to her. Today we all get Nicole to watch her unbox it. That's so cool! That's so cool! Card game, wow. Oh, but, it's a fairly short, it's a fairly short JRPG, because like JRPGs are normally pretty pretty long, and this one was only like 28 hours. Maybe even less than that. I think it was closer to 26 hours, but I now have like 31 hours in the game because I study only. JRPGs are anywhere from 30 to 80 hours long, so having one that is under 30 hours long is quite abnormal. If it's any other type of game, it's like that's a lot of hours to spend on a game, but for a JRPG, it's like that's not very much. I can't focus on a story for that long. I like long games like that. Like I like JRPGs because they're so long. Okay, but so I started the DLC and I was like level 45 or something like that. They said that you needed to be a higher level to beat the final boss, but I managed to scrape by and defeat him, and I was like, let's freaking go! I thought there'd be a third phase, but there was only 2 phases to the boss, which felt a little weird. But I managed to have it, and I didn't even lose that many party members. It was like not big of a deal. And then I was like, let's play the DLC, which is called Reunion of Memories, which apparently has brand new bosses. It's higher difficulty, things like that. Onirism story, not suggesting unless... I heard Onirism is good. I'd like to play it sometime. But, I was like, okay, I'll do the DLC. So I I finished up the game. There was like a final, like, little cutscene where you say goodbye and everything. Press to jump, skip the cutscene. You don't skip the cutscenes, no! Guild Wars, you have to pay attention. Hey! Hello, Nico, welcome. I loved Guild Wars 2, and I love Guild Wars. I haven't played Guild Wars, but I want to play Guild Wars. I know, like, a lot of the lore of Guild Wars. I especially want to get the Abaddon section, because, like, Abaddon's story is so cool, and Cormier is nifty. Anyway. So I was, I was like, I'll go play the DLC. So I log into the DLC, and then like there's some cutscenes, blah blah blah, a little bit of story section, blah blah blah, and then they're like, okay, you're back in Memoria, and I'm like, okay, so we're in Memoria. That's interesting. And then they were like, okay, here's the first battle. It's like a little battle, but it's a little different than normal. I was like, okay. And they're like, level suggestion 54. And I was like 45. And I'm like, it's not that bad. And I got totally wiped. I failed the mission immediately. I was like, oh, okay. All right. So I went back and I Googled what levels I should be to finish the mission. And they were like, oh, to comfortably finish the DLC, you need to be anywhere from 70 to 120. 120! Level 120! And I was level 45! Bro. So I spent 3 hours last night leveling my characters so I could be... now I'm at level 70, which is like the very base they say you can beat the DLC in. It's crazy. Palia? I tried playing Palia. I didn't like it that much. It felt just like if I was gonna play a farming sim, I'd play Stardew Valley, you know? Remarry Shane. Shane is my boy. I love Shane. He's my Stardew husband. Anyway, yeah, I had to grind a bunch of levels, and I'm like, gosh dang it, it's been so long. But it is interesting, because I know that they changed the stories for... They changed the story for each of the areas. So like the first one in Alabasta is like, oh, Crocodile won. You were too late. He won, so now you have to go take him down. I'm like, oh, okay. So it's just an alternate ending kind of thing. Which is weird because I'm wondering how they're going to do Dressrosa, because I know that they make Law a boss. He might actually be the final boss of Dressrosa. I'm like, what? Are you gonna make him a villain? That's interesting. That's interesting to me. I'm like, I want to get there. And then what are we gonna do for Marineford and all that? I'm interested to see how these, how the Memorias, Altered Memorial are going to be in the DLC. Sail the endless tide, searching far and wide, trying to fill the hole very deep inside. So I looked in your eye, where my world lit up the moment you arrived. Biddy! Hello! Thank you for the 3 bits, Contrary Wiseau. My nose keeps getting clogged. I keep seeing the Sonic badge and thinking Goodish is talking. I do too. I have an idea on how they'd alter Whole Cake. A Whole Cake isn't in the game, but it would be interesting. How's your day, Blossom? I haven't done anything really. I woke up and I put chicken in the air fryer, and there was a spider in my sink, and I freaked out. And I drowned it. And then I got coffee because I wanted to get a cool coffee. Hello, Jam. And then I came back and I got distracted on Twitter. Also, it's Luffy's birthday, which is cool. And I saw that they announced that the Wit Studio remake, they're having the first 7 episodes, which is about all of East Blue, I believe, is airing next year, which I'm very much excited for. we can get people through of all of East Blue in a much shorter amount of time. It's gonna be cool. You drowned? No, I drowned a spider. I drowned a spider. I freaked out because there was like a brown recluse in my sink, and I was like, oh, that's gross. Those things are everywhere. I'm excited about the Wit Studio remake. I'm curious to see. Some people say that they're not actually remaking the entire series, but only remaking like the East Blue saga, which I think would be a little bit sad. We could see Logetown, probably. We might see Logetown. I want to see what they would do with my favorite character, which means that they have to get to at least Shabondi. Or maybe Punk Hazard. Like, if they're going to Shabondi, they might as well go to Marineford. And if they're going to Marineford, they might as well go to Punk Hazard. And if they're doing Punk Hazard, they might as well go to Dressrosa, you know? Look, Blossom's talking about One Piece again. Did you hear the Wit Studio thing? Brown recluse, kill them all. Yeah, there's a lot of brown recluse around here. The ones that, when they bite you, it kills like all the skin around it and leaves like a gaping hole in your flesh. Yeah, those. They're like really bad if they bite you. How is Whole Cake treating you? It is treating me well. We got to the part where they teamed up with Veggie. And I'm like, oh, all right. I guess we're going to kill someone. All right. Necrosis, yeah. Brown recluse are scary. Brown recluse are scary. Oh, but I should know. Did you hear about the Wit Studio? They announced when the first section is coming out. There's the East Blue section. It's going to be 7 episodes. Each one is about 45 minutes. And they are coming out next year in February. I'm very excited. So we can get people through East Blue in a much shorter amount of time. It's gonna be exciting. But yeah, Whole Cake has been good. Sanji's finally came to his senses. I love that you got to experience the devastation when Sanji had Pudding's intentions and Luffy and Nami locked up. Yeah, freaking Luffy like straight up tearing apart his own arms, like, was crazy. I was like, Luffy, please, Luffy! like Nami freaking out about it. I was like, yeah, that's how I'd be if some dude was tearing his arms apart right next to me. Jeez. And then Jinbei showed up. I love Jinbei. And then I love that, like, Sanji's like, I can't come with you. And Luffy, like, punches him in the face. And he's all like, you're coming with me! And he's like, okay, fine, I'll come with you. 45 minutes. This explains why they're saying the whole thing was going to be, like, 280-something episodes. Yes. Apparently, it's going to be all of, East Blue. So, I mean, I hope they do Logetown, because that'd be cool. How's the nerd you Blossom doing? I'm not a nerd. I don't know what you're talking about. I say as I'm actively nerding out about One Piece. I hope we get to see Smoker! I want to see Smoker! In like the cool art style. Like the fancy reanimated. I want to see Smoker. I like Smoker. Do you see the Jinbei moment? Jinbei showed up. I don't think he's had any particularly big moments, but I do like how he's like, we need to burn you out of this book. And then they're like, well, burn you? And like, we gotta burn it out? Like, it's like, yes, tell me when you're ready. And Luffy's like, you're ready. And Nami's like, we're not. And he just like tosses, he just like tosses this like, this burning stick at her. Just whoop. Like, Jinbei, that's a little insane. I can see why you become a straw hat. We just got to the meeting between Veggie and Luffy, and I love how Luffy immediately was like, I need to punch you in the face to get revenge for Peckham's. I need to punch you in the face, and Veggie's like, alright, come at me, bro. And Jimmy's like, can we chill out for 3 seconds, please? Please? Or we need to chill. Please chill. Chill, everyone, chill. Calm down. And then they were like, okay, we're planning to traumatize Big Mom and then kill her. And I'm like, oh, that's very interesting. Like, it makes sense for Benji to do, and it makes sense for Caesar to do, but the fact that the Straw Hats are going along with it feels a little odd. I mean, like, I kind of get that, but also, like, they straight up were like, this is 100% lethal. We are straight up trying to kill her. And they're like, alright, let's chill. We're in. Like, they haven't killed anyone so far, you know? And then they're just like, yeah, we're gonna kill her. It's fine. I guess she's a Yonko, and so it's one of those things. To take her down, you really do have to, like, murder her. Like, she's too strong. We'll see if the plan actually goes to plan, though. Because Luffy's there, so it can't go to plan. Like, they're also just, like, betting on Big Mom's reaction, and, that's kind of, Also, I somehow did not recognize Caesar. I got fooled by his disguise, and I was so mad because, I personally would not trust him because it feels like he would betray me later with his backstory. Who? Oh, Beji? Yeah, what little they gave of his backstory, it felt like he'd probably stab me in the back. Like, I don't think I'd trust him. I thought it was funny, though, when Caesar showed up, because I was like, this guy looks kind of familiar. And then Luffy was the one to say, oh, you're Caesar. And for some reason, because Luffy said, oh, you're Caesar, I was like, no way, this is actually Caesar, right? And it was. Luffy not recognizing Caesar convinces me that I could kill Luffy with prep time. Well, he did recognize him. He did. And then Caesar was like, no, I'm not Caesar. And then he's like, oh, you're not Caesar? Okay. Yeah, I don't really trust Benji. I think that he probably would betray them eventually. Like, even I think it's interesting that okay, so like the only you could kill Luffy with poisoned food. Yeah, you could pretty easily. Just keep Chopper away from him and then he'd die. So the only other supernova that we've had an introduction to is Law, so that's why I'm comparing them, not just because I like Law. But they introduced Law, they're like, okay, he's this dude, he's strong, he became a warlord because he, like, handed, like, 1,000 hearts to the Navy. That's, oh wow, that's kind of interesting. Maybe he's a kind of scary dude. And then he's, like, freaking, when he's introduced, he's already freaking with the Straw Hats, he's, like, swapping around their bodies, he's doing all this weird stuff. You're like, and then he forms an alliance, and you're kind of like, oh, all right, okay, and then he's goofy enough that you kind of go, all right, I guess that, he's probably not gonna betray them, and he still kind of uses them. Like, he straight up, like, did lie, but he's, like, someone that, like, Luffy has become so attached to at that point that he's like, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. And so it was, like, not a big deal that even though he was, like, technically using the Straw Hats, and then he, like, still kept the alliance and still was like, all right, I'm still gonna fight Kaido with you. Like, okay, that's good. Beji, it feels different. Beji, we haven't got his, like, detailed backstory, but we know that he is someone that is very ruthless, and very, cold and stuff. And the only people that he cares about are his own crew. That's the only people that he cares about. And the only reason he's going after Big Mom is because Big Mom messed with his crew. Like, that's the main thing. Messed with his wife, and now he wants revenge. And probably also because that would give him more power as well. But it's like, like, I don't trust him as much just on the basis that he has a different one. Luffy moment eating Sanji's meal is beautiful. It is. Beji is very different. They made him seem a lot more severe. But also, like, he's there with his whole, like, crew instead of, like, Law was just by himself. So it's, like, a little bit different how they introduce him. I like Veggie as a character. He is a very interesting one so far. I'm excited to see what they do with him because they've established that he's like not a great dude, but he cares for his family. And you're like, all right. But they're also like, yeah, he's betrayed like every single person he's ever worked for and with. And so you're like, oh yeah, we definitely cannot properly trust this guy. My strat is simply offer Luffy another devil fruit. Tell him it's a real fruit. He hits it and insta dies. You'd have to find a devil fruit first. But yeah, Veggie, I don't trust him as much. It's interesting how they immediately make you feel like it's a very different situation. Because like, all right, this is another supernova who is supposedly pretty strong. And blah, 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 blah. And you'd think that maybe it would be sort of similar because it's like, again, they're making like an alliance of a form. But no, it feels very different. You're like, I don't trust this guy. I don't like this guy. I'm interested to see what happens. Because I know that no matter what happens, even if Veggie tries to betray them, Luffy's gonna come out on top. But it's still interesting to see how it develops. Because we haven't gotten that much from Veggie. We just like got Jinbei like spitting out some like of his backstory and that's it. I'm curious if they're gonna give any more backstory or if they're just gonna be like, nah, you don't need it. You already have enough. you have everything you need of this character. Which it feels kind of like we kind of do. We have the idea of what he's like. Unless he has some tragic reason for doing the things he's done, but it seems like he's just bloodthirsty. You don't get detailed backstories for all the supernovas. Yeah, I feel like we probably won't. Of the effectiveness of the emotional low points of Whole Cake. Dude, the moments with Sanji hurt my soul. Veggie ain't getting the Law treatment. Yeah, I bet he won't. I bet he won't. Straight up, Law became like a core character for 2 arcs. He was like, the whole arcs kind of revolved around him and his backstory. I don't feel the same for Veggie because like, I feel like his wife is almost more important than him in this case because of her relation to Big Mom. That's like more there. Unless one of Oda's kids claims Veggie is their favorite character. Do you think that Law got so much special treatment just because Oda's wife was like, please? Or do you think that she, like, Oda gave him special treatment and then she was like, okay, I like this character? Like, which came first? Was it like, when did she decide this is her favorite character? Like, did Oda say, I like this character, I'm gonna put some extra effort into his backstory and everything? Or was it just like, he was there and his wife is like, please make him important, please. And he's like, fine, I'll make like an arc or something about him. Like, which one was it? When did she decide that this was her favorite character? Because something's really funny to me about her seeing him in Shibondi and deciding that it's her favorite character because he was such a loser back then. I think Law would have been important regardless, but his closeness to Straw Hats is connected to his wife's love of him. Yeah. Oda is a stream of consciousness writer. The characters inform him what they do. Huh? That's how I wrote when I was doing writing. That's how, like, cause like my characters, okay, so I wanted to be a writer when I was younger. And I had a whole bunch of characters and they like wrote themselves. They basically told me what they were going to do and everything like that. And I had to decide little things for them because a lot of times they were like unreliable narrators, especially my character Saul, who would constantly be like, I would be epic and so cool and everyone would love me. And I'm like, you're gonna be a loser. I've decided you're a loser. And it's like, aw, dang nabbit. I think Law wouldn't be a total enemy, but would be more antagonistic if his wife didn't love him as much. even if he did it unconsciously. Interesting. So you think that the reason why Law gets along with the Straw Hats so well is actually because Oda wanted to make him like almost like a softer character just because of his wife. That's kind of interesting. Dang, Saul. Yeah, it was funny when I actually was super excited when I watched One Piece and there was a character named Saul. I was like, it's like my Saul, but nothing like him at all. They don't look at all like each other or act at all like each other. The only thing is that their name is Saul. My character Saul wrote himself, he designed himself, he like told me what he looked like and everything. And so when I commissioned someone to draw him, I had a very clear image in my head about what he looked like. And the people who drew him like did it perfectly. I don't know how. I was like, this is what he looks like. And they're like, okay, here, is this it? And I'm like, it's him, it's Saul, let's go. Basically lost stuff totally on headcam, and I could be totally wrong. I like to think that Oda was like gonna make him like more antagonistic or like something like that, and then his wife's like, please make him friends with the Straw Hats because I like the Straw Hats, and he's like, oh, okay. Anyway, my character wrote himself a lot of stuff and into a lot of stuff, and it was interesting because he was an unreliable narrator that always wanted to be seen in the best light, and I was like, you're not in a shonen, you're not gonna be like the perfect character that always wins every fight. I've decided that already. It was like I was talking to this character and being like writing the story with them. Saul's story is from a story that I came up with called Penny Wizard. And the story is very unfinished, but what the concept is, Saul is this kind of dude that was born into a very prestigious magic family. And he was like Penny Wizard. Yeah, Penny Wizard. Penny Wizard. He was like born into a very prestigious family, and he because I didn't hear penny, bruh. No, it's like it's a penny, and the reason why is because he actually gets like okay, I'll explain in a second. Saul is a wizard who is born into a prestigious family. His mother was the strongest life magic user ever, said to be able to bring back even the dead completely and fully as if they never died. And his father was an illusion magic guy that was not very that good at illusion magic. He was very mid-tier power. And people were really pissed off that they got married and had kids because they were like, oh my gosh, why are you wasting this? You should have married someone with strong magic so then you could have kids that are really strong. And so his mom gave birth to twins, which is Saul and his sister. Originally her name was Sarah, but I think I changed her name to Sage. So Sage and Saul were born, and Sage was inherited her mother's life magic, but it's not as powerful because of the debuff from her dad. And Saul inherited said to be the most powerful illusion magic in the entire world. However, that is like getting being like the top person in like, oh man, like instead of it being like, oh, you're the top doctor in the world, it's like, congrats, you're really talented at balancing dominoes or something like that. Like a really dumb skill. No one sees or takes illusion magic seriously, and they're like, wow, that's like worthless. I did have an idea that if Saul were to properly unlock his power or train himself, then he would be able to make illusions so real that they become reality. But he's not that good because he never actually trains his power because he thinks he's just naturally gifted in it. And he cannot use any other type of magic. He sucks at it so bad. And he basically, like, his mom vanished when he was pretty young, and he was raised by his father, who is mute. He, like, became a mute sometime around the same time that his wife disappeared. And Saul really hates his dad. He's like, you know something about where she went and you won't tell us. And the world has been looking for her for so long, because she was like a head of a wizard council kind of thing, and she's just vanished, and you won't tell us what happens, and you have to have known something. That's your wife, and that's our mother, but you won't tell us. So he's kind of held that against him. But anyway, Saul eventually just kind of like fades into obscurity because everyone just kind of ignores him because they're like, he doesn't really have that big of powers or anything. So he just kind of starts living a normal life. This is in modern day, by the way. It's like a modern day wizard story. But he uses his, he like doesn't use his normal name anymore. Like, so people don't like recognize him as a connection to his family. And so he manages to trick a organization into thinking that he's a very powerful wizard using his illusions. And he gets a job at a organization. This whole purpose is to send people that have been brought back by necromancy back to the dead, which Saul can't do. he just got this job because he's like, well, I want to be in an important, I want to have an important job, so that's it. I'll figure it out. I'm super smart, because Saul thinks that he can deal with any problem that comes his way because he's just that great. He literally has like the biggest ego. And there's like people who really don't want to be sent back to death, because once you're brought back from necromancy, only those with a strong will to live can be brought back. They have to have had something that ties them to the mortal realm. And a lot of the times, if they are banished back, they can never return. And so they know this. This is their only chance. So a lot of them become very violent and try to fight back against this organization. So like Saul ends up getting killed and brought back from by necromancy. Because they're like, you know what, we're gonna make you one of us because frick you. And then he's like, oh no, this is bad, because now he's gonna be hunted down. So he uses his illusions to hide the fact that he's like dead. Because the necromancy that they used to bring him back was really, really bad, and it basically turned him into like a skeleton zombie looking thing instead of like more human like it normally is with better necromancy. So he like hides that with his illusions so he looks normal. But he's like actively weaker than he was. His magic, like by using his magic, it's like slowly killing him and breaking apart his body. And he's like, well, this is really bad. I have a time limit. I have to find a way to bring myself back completely. So he like stakes, I haven't decided exactly what he does. Oh, but one other thing, the reason why it's called Penny Wizard is because you need an item that belonged to the person that you bind their soul to. And if that item gets destroyed, then they die. Or they like, they move on. They're like, they're no longer around. There's multiple ways to send someone back to death, but one of them is destroying that item. And the item they used was a penny from his pocket. So now he has this penny that he has to keep safe because it's literally his soul is bound to it. So he becomes the Penny Wizard. I don't know why I decided that, but I thought it would be funny because it's like an interesting object. And he basically, I hadn't decided what he was after. He was either after a some item that can grant. I didn't rip it off from FMA. Shut up. I didn't even watch FMA when I wrote this. I'm still yapping, yes I am, but I'm not talking about One Piece. I'm talking about my original story. the item that he was after was like the thing that he was after was split either between trying to find his mother who had been missing for like 20 years, or finding some item that is said to grant a wish, a single wish. And that was like the main plot. But along the way, he meets other characters, like Benjamin Bauer, who is a character who was a 1920s actor. His soul is, he got brought back by necromancy to comfort his youngest brother who is dying from a disease that is similar to like Alzheimer's. He's like losing his memories, and the only thing he really remembers is his brother, who he didn't even remember died. And so they were like, oh, we'll bring him back to life and you can comfort him. But Ben is so devastated by the fact that he had like abandoned his family. Like Ben's backstory was that he was like this farm kid in the 1920s. He had avoided the draft because of a health condition. And he was the oldest of his family. He was said to inherit the farm. His family really needed him because they were like, he was like much older. He was like in his 20s, and everyone else, all of his siblings were much, much younger. And he basically went to, he wanted to be an actor, but his family was like, you need to stay here because we need you here, and everything is like really bad and everything's getting worse and there's a whole bunch of things going on. And he really wanted to, so he went to one day he like went to like this carnival with his family and got tricked into going into like this fortune teller's hut. And the fortune teller told him that he had two paths ahead of him. One where he would be he would find happiness, and one that would lead him to pure despair and of his eventual death. And he immediately decided that he needed to leave his family, so he ditched them. Because he was sure that he would basically, that the bad path would be staying with his family and he would end up miserable and eventually die. So he ran off and he became an actor, but right on his big debut, this was actually, I looked it up, it was before the Heimlich was invented, he choked to death. And then when he got brought back, he was like straight up in despair, and he realized the fortune was accurate, but he took the wrong path. The path that he wanted to do was he should have stayed with his family because he would have found actual happiness there, but instead he ditched them. He left without a word. But now he has a second chance, and his thing is he wants to find this item that has the wish because he wants to go back in time and prevent himself from ever leaving. That is his like goal. He thinks he can change the past. He thinks he can fix his mistakes, and prevent himself from ever dying. But that would mean he would also like everything in the life he has now would never have come to be. It's kind of interesting. But he's bound to a bow tie. I thought it would be funny if he was bound to a bow tie. And I had a scene in my head where like Ben is extremely trusting, and Saul is extremely shrewd. So Saul's just like, so what is your soul bound to? And he's like, oh, it's this bow tie. And he's like, give it to me here. And he's like, oh, sure. And he's like, now what if I burned this? You just be dead and you just gave it to a stranger. And he's like, oh, you're right, I shouldn't do that. And he's like, yeah, now take this back and keep it safe. Like that's like how Saul would interact with Ben in my mind. Ben is so trusting and kind, and Saul is so shrewd and cold and just like this kind of asshole. But he does kind of care at the end of the day. He does actually care enough. He's like, I'm just trying to keep you from getting killed, dude. And then the third character I came up with is named January, and she is a shapeshifter. And she has severe dysphoria about her form. Ever since she was little, she was like told to be someone else by those around her, to the point where she has changed herself at first in little ways and then into severe ways, to the point where she no longer remembers what her original form looked like. And she has heard about this object that can grant a wish, and she wants to wish to be in the form that would be perfect, the perfect form. Because she believes there's some form out there that she could take that would, she would be the most happy in. And and throughout the story, she's gonna change like a lot, because she always actively is changing herself to be to look different and to act different around the different characters, trying to be what they would want her to be. So like, I even have an idea that maybe she actually, when they meet her, she's like taking the form of a man, and they think this is like a man, and then she like admits that she was like, oh no, I'm a woman, but I was convinced that I needed to look like a man because that's what people wanted me to be. And through it all, she like slowly gets over her dysphoria. But like, I even like the idea of her getting the wish, because I think it would be most fitting. And her wish would just turn her back into her original form that she was born as, and she would be unable to change back to like anything else. She would lose her shape-shifting ability. She'd become a normal human. And just be how she was born. And I know she'd be confused about it. She'd be like, what? Like, why? Why is this the perfect form? Why is this what I'm after? It's like, well, you were always supposed to be who you were born, and if you change yourself for others, you'll never be happy, you know? But that's like my character for January. Also, I really like the idea of January ending up with either Saul or Ben, and I'm kind of leaning towards Ben because I think that'd be cute. I think it'd be cute, but also like, I don't know how it'd end up. Like, I like romance between the characters, but also, it's kind of odd because they travel together, but it's a little weird. I never figured it out. I had this very detailed beginning part in the backstories for my characters, and then I never wrote anything about their actual adventure. Like, where is the secret item? I don't know. Originally, it was supposed to be that Saul was looking for his mom, but that doesn't work for the other two characters, so it has to be this, like, item, right? And then also, like, I had an idea of, like, some people that bring back people from, with necromancy, and one character I had in mind was named, what was her name? I think her name was Hannah. And she's a little girl that was very sick her entire life, and she passed away, and she was brought back with necromancy, and her parents are trying to hide that she was brought back with necromancy. And like, that's like a story segment, like is it right to, like, what even is moral in this sense? Like, does giving people a second chance of life, is that moral or is it not? But then also I thought to like counteract that, what if there was some people that were just bringing back everyone that they could with necromancy, and they brought back like a serial killer who's was like, they didn't know was a serial killer, like, that died, and his whole, like, the thing that attached him to the world was that he wanted to continue killing. Like, that would be interesting. Like, so you see, like, someone that's innocent brought back, whose only wish was to continue living because she had never been able to grow up, and then someone who actively wanted to hurt other people, and that's the whole reason they stick around. So you start to get a sense of that it's really like it's a gray area of why, like, people should be brought back with necromancy or should not, you know? And also, like, it makes me interested to think, like, what the character January thinks about this, because she's the only one of the three that has not died. Like, what does she think about this? What is she like? What is she? Does she like disapprove of it? Does she think that they're cheating death? Or does she think like, well, I don't really care because I'm just trying to kind of use these people to get my goal at the end? Like, how's the characters? It's like, I'm really interested in my own story. And I want to write more on it, but sorry, that's how these characters wrote themselves for me. They just kind of told me their entire story. And so that's why I was thinking about like Oda, how his characters wrote themselves in that sense. So I have a very good idea for the characters, but the actual stories and adventures they go on are a little bit more vague in my brain. Like, I don't know how to write that, you know? Like, I have an end goal and a possible ending, but also, I don't know. Also, like, if it ends with the wish going to January, then that means that the other two's situation doesn't get fixed. They're still gonna be hunted down for being brought back to life. Like the whole reason they brought, like, Bin was brought back by legal necromancy, which is considered like they bring you back for a specific reason for a short amount of time, and then they send you back to death. So for that case, it was to comfort his family member. And then once his family member passed on, they would return him to death. In some legal cases, they bring someone back from the dead to testify on their own behalf. But then, like, after the court is, like, done, then the person is sent back to death. Like, I've thought about this concept of the necromancy in the world and how it would affect things in, like, a modern setting. I've thought about that because I thought it was really fascinating. But it's also like, Overall, the idea of the world that they've decided is that, necromancy's scary, and if you're going to use it in any sense, it should not be permanent. Because we don't need half-dead people walking around. So it's kind of like, wow. I feel like the conclusion of Bin's story should be that, the mistakes he made are set in stone. There is no way to fix them. He can never go back in time. He can never change the past. That is something that he is never supposed to do. That's my idea for him, which is kind of tragic for him, honestly, because he doesn't have anyone in the modern world. Literally, the only one that's alive is his youngest sibling, who's very old and actively dying. And then Saul's own ego got him killed. I want that to be a big part of it, is that he's very pompous in the start of the story, and he has this big ego, and he thinks that he's invincible. And so when he's actually killed, he is so shocked by it that he, even after he's brought back, he cannot really come to terms with the fact that he could fail, or the fact that he could actually be harmed. Like, it's something that's so strange to him that he has to, like, deal with it throughout the story and come to terms with his own mistakes and how he ended up with. It would be a tragic story, though, if at the end those two just get sent back to death and that's the ending of their story. They just straight up die. I could never decide an ending, which is why I never started writing, because I heard that you're supposed to decide an ending before you write anything. But, no, that's Penny Wizard. Someone break this bad stream streak kneecaps. Yeah, Inky has 105 stream streak. That's insane. When are you doing that collab? What collab? Is it on record, remember? Oh, with Inky? Yes, you get a Discord. But I'm really curious if Oda is really a stream of consciousness writer. That means that I'm the same kind of writer as him, which is cool. Got it, so never. Yeah. I just wish that I could actually write things down, you know, get things on paper. Penny Wizard has always been dear to my heart. I also have another story. That is, let me see. It's already Golf Blossom gets to 2,000 subs during the subathon. Yeah. I think it's 1,000 subs, actually. Okay, but, let me see. Down to 30 gigabytes of my computer for VOD space. Oof. I salute thee. There's another story that I wrote. I was writing. It is much more, rough. And it's, it was, written soon after my dad passed away, and the main character was actually inspired by my dad. He is different than him, but he was sort of inspired by him and the things I learned about my dad after he passed away. And that story is called Silent Roads, but it's spelled different. Because I'm not like road, it's like RHODES or something like that. Take care, Goodish. And Silent Roads is about a guy named Rodney Rhodes who is dealing with grief. Because I was dealing with a lot of grief after, you know, my dad passed away. And he was dealing with a lot of grief and a lot of mixed feelings. He was he always like kind of obsessed over his sister who died before she was born. And he has like this weird relationship to his dad, even though his dad was like really abusive. And actually a main reason why Rodney's original name was like Rodney Valentine, but him and his mom ran away from him and changed their name to Rhodes so they could escape. And Rodney starts to believe that he is he starts to see a grown-up version of what he imagines what his sister would look like. And he kind of I decided that it was really weird because at first it was a very different story, because originally I was like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if this like guy was lived in Area 51 and he experienced like an actual alien experience, and he's like, he hates it. He like doesn't talk about it. He's like the only person that doesn't give a shit about it. But instead in this scenario, he might or might not have had one as a child, but it might have been altered memories from abuse as a child. And it's left him deaf in one ear. And to him, he remembers bright lights and a strange noise that was so loud that it made him partially deaf, things like that. And he attributed it to aliens, but it might actually be something deeper. So the whole story was that this guy is kind of delusional. And he starts to believe that aliens abducted his sister and she never died, and he's like trying to find her. And it's worsened by the fact that he lives in like Area 51, like around the Area 51 in like the desert. And so he like gets it in his head that they're like the government is like keeping his sister from him. Like that was the story, but it actually like became like that he was dealing with delusions and his own grief about someone that died due to his father's abuse. And it was like, this is a really dark story, and I ended up dropping it because it became such a dark story in my brain to have a guy who was so delusional and that he didn't want to blame his own father for all the things that happened to him, so much so that he would come up with a fictional world and a fictional situation, and not believe those around him. Like that was like the main story of this guy kind of going insane until like at the very end he has like clarity and realizes that everything that he did have everything that he'd come up with in his mind was very different and dramatic. I did not even play Omori when I wrote this story. It was based off of my own grief. It was based off of my own grief and stories I heard about my father and his relationship with his father and things like that. And it was very, very interesting. It was something that I wrote and when I was very depressed, and I was like, I dropped it. Like I said, I dropped it because it felt very hard to imagine this character that wasn't dealing with grief well, but like I wasn't dealing with grief well either, so like but going into full delusions and deciding that aliens abducted someone dear to you, and how he would like he couldn't imagine that his father had to like hurt him that much and stuff like that. And it's like, oof. It was like a very, very, very dark story in its core. And it started out with like a very light idea of just like this guy who gets pulled into like an like aliens ask him for help, and he's like, dang nabbit, I've tried to freaking stay away from you dudes because people called me crazy because I was a kid and I thought I believed in aliens, and now I have to deal with you as an adult. Like that was the original concept. And then I was like, what if the aliens weren't real? What if it was a grief? What if, you know? And that story fell apart because I was too depressed, and I was like, man, this is becoming depressive. I feel bad for Rodney. I feel bad for Rodney. It was good for me though, because it felt like the character that I made in my head could live the delusions that I didn't want to live. And the thoughts of what if this person was actually alive and you were mistaken or something, and it doesn't matter that there's a grave, it doesn't matter that you've seen them die, it doesn't matter any of that, like that could be faked, you know. It was like the denial phase. Round Earth is velociraptor shaped. Wake up, people. Yes, the Earth is velociraptor shaped. But that was like my two main stories. I was like working on Sunlit Roads for a while. And then I dropped it, and I was like, I'm gonna go full on into Penny Wizard, and that's why Penny Wizard has a lot more effort put into it, but it's still very rough. It's still very rough. It's like I have the characters, and the characters are very well defined in my head. But no. Also, Shindo, you will be delighted to hear this, I feel. But I watched what is his name? My son from, the show. What was that show? Caspian. Caspian from Pantheon. I saw Caspian and I was like, that's straight up Rodney. That's my character Rodney. Because in my head, that's what Rodney looked like. He looked like Caspian. So it was really interesting because I was like watching that and I was like, oh my gosh. Caspian looks like the character in my head. Is that weird thing? Since childhood, I feel like plushies made inanimate objects have and inanimate objects have emotion. I felt that way when I was younger a lot of the times. It's like one of my little delusions. It's like I want to treat inanimate objects kindly because I feel like they have feelings too. It's one of those things that maybe it's delulu, but I still kind of do that. Like I like to treat objects kindly because I don't want to hurt their feelings. It's a little weird. It's like I don't actively, you know, I don't know. It's like, oh, maybe this, I don't know. It's like when, like okay, so specifically, like I have my favorite jacket here and it's starting to get like kind of worn out and I'm like, oh, you poor thing. I wonder if you feel sad that you're getting worn out, you know? Wonder if you feel sad that you're worn out or if you feel loved because you're my favorite jacket and you know that I love wearing you, you know? The reason I feel bad out of a move because I feel like sad not sleeping with all my plushies. I, as a child, would sleep with as many plushies as I could because even though I had a twin-size bed, because I felt like they would get cold at night or lonely. So I would sleep with as many of them as I could. Now I only have really one plushie and I only normally what was it? And I only really sleep with it because I had a dream once. I had a dream. I now have a queen size bed. It's very luxurious, you know, very nice, big bed, right? But one day I had a dream that I woke up, like I had a dream about a nightmare or something like that. And I woke up and I was still in a dream and I turned over in my bed and there was someone in the bed with me and they like straight up like grabbed me and choked me to death. And that one dream I was like, all right, I'm gonna put a plushie there so that I know that no one can be laying in bed besides me. So that's why I have a big old squishmallow lion that sits in bed next to me. It takes that place so no one can swap it out. Happened to me too. I bad like I was neglecting them if I didn't give them equal attention. Yeah, I would do that, man. I don't know, man. Plushies, man. Plushies. Also, I was, it's very cringe, but I commissioned a plushie. So, okay, so I need to really hone in how cringe of a teenager I was. I was obsessed with Undertale. I made my own design for a AU version of Sans Undertale. And then I commissioned a fancy plush toy that was about 1.5 to 2 feet tall of this Sans plushie. Like, it is not a small plushie. It is toddler sized. This is a toddler sized plushie of Sans Undertale. No, I'm not showing him to you. I still have him, but you can't see him. And I started carrying this plushie around in public. I thought of him as my son. And I would be like, this is my son. I take him everywhere. Luckily, I did not go very many places because I was a NEET. But I would, like, if I drove him somewhere, I would buckle him in. And my mom started jokingly calling him her grandson. And she would, like, I would be like, can you buckle him in? And she would, like, carefully, like, set him down on a chair and, like, in a car and buckle him in for me. My mom was, like, accepting of my delusion. And it was really cringe. And I would like cuddle him at night so that he would stay warm. And he was my special son. And then eventually I decided that I was too delulu and I locked him up in a box, and I felt really bad because I felt like he was suffocating. And he's still stored away somewhere. I think I know where he is, and it's like my biggest shame. It's really dumb. I used to take my plushies everywhere, but I got made joke of, so I stopped having plushies. Just recently it was, I can't take this anymore. I like plushies, F other opinions. Yeah, sometimes it's like that. I can't believe that I was carrying a toddler-sized plushie around everywhere. I don't know why my mom thought that was okay. It's really funny though. It's really funny. Maybe one day I'll dig him out of a box and take a picture of him and show you guys so you can see my little Sans. Well, he's not that little, he's very big, man. I spent like $80 commissioning him, by the way. I felt like a plush maker that made giant ass plushies and were like, here he is, here's my son. I'm so incredibly cringe. Burr, 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 burr. Burr, burr, burr. I'm 10 minutes before work and I'm shaking to go home. More of work and I'm shaking to go home. Oh. We'll soon be free, my friend. You will soon be free. Ads are over. Let's go. Is it 5 o'clock already? My dudes. My bros. I don't want to play Peak. I don't want to play Peak solo. Actually, I was gonna play Peak with someone soonish. I think after the 8th, we were talking about playing Peak, having a Peak collab. I haven't played Peak in so long, man. I'll probably do terrible. Or maybe my muscle memory will kick in and I'll be insanely good at it. I just know that the like the fungal biome was really hard. 3 plushies today arrived now. One is a Blahash, and I think the other 2 is a plushie she made, and she makes custom plushies. I would love to get a custom plushie of some of my favorite characters. Particularly, there's a couple I can think of, and one of them is probably surprising for some people. I really like A Hat in Time. And I would love to get a plushie of the prince from A Hat in Time because he is adorable and I am very, very attached to him. I was reading fanfics about him. I was like looking at webcomics about him. He's one of my favorite characters that I was super obsessed with. And it's really funny because I mean, like, okay, it's more than that, but his original design only appeared in like a couple of panels of a side story. nail the story and feel that game. They did. Anyway, I liked the prince a lot, and his tragic fate made me very sad. I was like, ah. Oh. But also I thought it was so cool. I was like, let's go. Tragic prince backstory. And it was, I played Hat in Time, and I was like, playing through, what's it called? The woods. The woods area. I have to Google it. Woods area, Hat in Time. Subcon Forest, right. Subcon Forest was always my favorite section, specifically because I really... My Blossom, something you wouldn't understand. Hi, Casey. I really liked Subcon Forest. I thought it was really cool. It was very unique. The Snatcher was a very interesting character and also a fantastic boss. I also liked Queen Vanessa, and I thought that was really cool. And then you get like the backstory of them, and I'm like I was like, oh, this is great. And then like the backstory just made it from great to amazing. I don't know why. I'm like, I became super obsessed with it. I was so obsessed with it. It was like my hyperfixation for a while. I actually commissioned art of the prince from A Hat in Time at one point. I commissioned a little icon of him because I thought it was cute. Also, like, they never show his eyes in the things, but I always imagined they were yellow, so I thought that was cute. The Snatcher's eyes are yellow, so... But Snatcher was my, like, favorite boss in that. I thought he was so cool. And then, like, when they added the DLC with him, I thought it was so cool. Like, it was so cool. I actually have a Snatcher plush. It's a big ol' plush. Sam's plushie? Life size? I give a Sam's? A Sans? Sans? But yeah, I like Snatcher a lot. I have a plushie of him. I also have a plushie of Hat Kid. And they're about the same size as they are in game because Snatcher is like really big. I don't know the name. Dofi plush though? I don't want a Dofi plush, man. If I had a Dofi plush, I'd choke that thing out every day. The one from Undertale. Yes, Sans. S-A-N-S. Sans. I mean, I already have a Sans plush. It's toddler sized. Blah. And I have the official Sans plush too. It's very small. I wonder if Throne has a Dofi plush now. Don't! Draco, no! Get a human-sized one? I just have Sans Undertale in my house. I liked Snatcher a lot. Snatcher was really cool in Hat in Time. And I like the DLC. Don't buy her a Sans plush. Buy me a Sans cosplay. You know, I could see you wearing a Sans cosplay. It would be really good. A scale Dofi cardboard cutout. No, thank you! I don't want to have just a giant cardboard cutout of Dofi in my room. What is a Huldra? It is like a tree nymph. It's like a tree nymph, but with animal features.
Exotic butters.
Yes, exotic butters. That's what I am. I'm made of tree, but I take human form. Yes. And I also have, like, animal features because, you know, it's cool. They're like a Norwegian thing, I think, or Scandinavian. And they normally have, like, an animal tail, so... She's the most interesting rat you'll ever meet. I'm not a rat. Don't get me a giant cardboard cutout of Dofi. I'll murder you. I'm just imagining how they deliver that to me. Oh, model roulette. Oh, yeah. It shows hip. I need to hide the hips. Because Twitch gets mad. I'm a zombie. A worthy death. Imagine someone delivering a life-sized cardboard cutout of Doflamingo to my house. Do you know how tall Doflamingo is? How tall is Doflamingo? One Piece. What the frick? He's literally 10 feet tall! He's 10 feet tall, guys! I don't think that would fit in my house! What the frick? Don't buy her a Dofi cutout, buy me a Dofi cosplay. Do not dress as Doflamingo, I'll punch you. Cuddle height? He is 10 feet tall! Someone made a height chart with Dofi, Rosanante, Law, and Luffy, and that's crazy. What the frick? Why is Dofi so tall? Why is he so huge? What the frick, man? He's so tall! Don't you like tall guys? I thought he's your husband because of that. I don't actually care for, like, how tall people are. He's not my husband. I don't like Doflamingo. I don't like Doflamingo. He's terrible. How high people are. Can I save this image? I cannot save this image. Anyone's tall compared to her. How is this? They drew freaking how tall the characters are next to each other, and Luffy is like a dwarf. What the heck? How is he so tall, man? Kara-san is only just like a bit shorter too. Like, Kara-san is actually massive. Why are some people so massive in One Piece? It's insane. Let me see if I can pull up the picture. Someone drew this. This is, I don't know if this is accurate to all of their heights, but I'm guessing it is. Boom. Look at that! Dofi is so massive! What's crazy is Dofi isn't close to being the tallest. He's so big! Look, he's like towering over them. And there's Rosinante, who's also really freaking tall. And then Law is also tall. Law is also pretty tall. He's kind of ridiculously tall still for like a normal person. And then Luffy, who's like a midget next to them. Why is Luffy so small? Shortest One Piece character? Probably a Din Din Mushi. Probably a Din Din Mushi. What is the shortest canon character, I wonder? This is insane. Also, I love this art. They make Dofi seem so threatening. It's Dofi. Dofi is not short. Look at him. Luffy's tiny next to him. Crazy. I'm losing my mind. Law is only 3 inches taller than me. How tall is Law? I have to look this up. How tall is Law in feet? One Piece. 6'3"! He's massive! Why is he so tall? For someone who hates Dofi, knows a lot about him. That's because he's my favorite villain. That's what I'm saying. I'm taller than Law? You're taller than 6'3"! What the heck? But he's shorter than Kid? How tall is Kid? Let me see. He's consistently listed is 6'3" throughout One Piece, both before and after time skip. How tall is Kid? I'm 6 foot. I was shorter side for you guys at my college. Got an inch. You're 6'4"? How? Okay, I have to look up how tall how tall Kid is. Kid, One Piece. How tall is Kid? Because Kid's taller. Kid is 6'8"! New model. I have a model roulette, and people swap it around randomly. He is 6'8". What are they feeding him? I thought Law was tall, but Kid is a giant.
Resident Evil.
I'm only looking for a woman as tall as Gerd from One Piece. Who the frick is Gerd? This one's actually as good as the last one. I like this model. What? He's actually almost 6'9". He's 6'8" and 3 out of 4. I played football with a guy when I was younger who was 6'2" at 11 years old. What? Huh. Do not, it's spoilers. That's what I'm not gonna look up any character I don't know. Hi, Katie. How is Kid so tall? Who's the tallest? Does that mean Kid the tallest supernova? Who's the tallest supernova? Ed Rouge is the tallest supernova. He is 12 feet 9 inches tall. And Capone is the shortest at 5 foot 5 inches. What the frick? Why is Mad Monk so tall? He's so big. What are they feeding him? How did he grow to be such a massive man? What the frick? Beji is the shortest. If Beji is the shortest, that means that Luffy's taller than him, right? How tall is Luffy One Piece? Oh, he gets taller after the time skip. Well, he does get older. Luffy is 5'8.5". What? And he's standing... 5'8" is not... Okay, it's maybe short for a man, but still, like, what? 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 Standing next to someone, like, so massive, like if he's standing next to Rouge, that'd be ridiculous. Wait, that means that Rouge is taller than Doffy. Rouge is actually, like, over 2 feet taller than Doffy. What the actual frick? Why is he so tall? Rouge? No, Rouge. Rouge. It's a character from One Piece. Not nearly as attractive as Rouge. He kind of freaks me out, honestly. He's like constantly grinning and it eats at me. I don't like it. Where's the bat? No. This guy freaking, he's like constantly grinning and it's like, can you stop? Do you have any other expression besides that? You scare me, sir. You scare me. He's even getting the heck beaten out of him, and he's still grinning. I can't believe he's taller than Dofi. Dofi's so big. 6'3". I shall constantly grin the next time I show my camera just to prove a point. You're so mean. I find it really funny that, like, with the comparison thing, like, Law's like a head taller than Luffy, but then next to Doflamingo, he just looks like a kid. Like, Doflamingo's a giant. Woo! Woo! Like, what the frick? I wonder how tall Boa Hancock is. Let's see. How tall is Hancock? She is the same height as Law. It looks like. She's 6'3". She's so tall. This woman is so tall. Would have guessed she's taller than Law. She is really tall, but that's funny. The gap between Law and Dofi is the same gap between Blossom and Law. You're so mean! No! I'm not that short! I'm 5'3". I am a foot shorter than Law. I'm a foot shorter than Law. Law is like several feet shorter than Dofi. Dofi is 10 feet. I'm not 3'5". I'm 5'3". I'm Akatotata. Crazy that Boa Hancock is the same height as Law. She seems like she was like a giant. Big is Jinbei. I want to see how big Jinbei is. 2'5". No, I'm not 2'5". Jinbei. How tall is Jinbei? Jinbei is 9 feet 10 inches. He's a little shorter than Doflamingo. I'm not 3'3". Shut up. The gap between Law and Dofi is the same between Blossom and the floor. What are you talking about? Ugh. Height is often rounded to 9'11", so I guess the Amazon jeans didn't stick to Boa. She's still tall for a woman. Jinbei is shorter than Dofi, but by not that much. Someone said, the AI overview says he possesses a massive hulking stature that is roughly 1 centimeter taller than a regulation basketball hoop. What a way to describe this man. Ah, Jinbei. My favorite round boy. I love Jinbei. Jinbei is quality. Some of the characters in One Piece are just ridiculously tall. Jinbei is also built like a brick, while Dofi looks like a stretched pipe cleaner. Pipe cleaner with this stupid ass cape. The freaking fluffy feathered boa thing. Jinbei is built like a brick. Blossom calls Goodishin gnome, but it's really to cover for her own height. I'm not that short. Gingerbread Dofi walking in at 10 feet tall might make me weak. Don't date Gingerbread Dofi! You don't want to! She's probably just as insane! You don't want to. You don't want to. You don't want to. You don't want to date her. She's terrible. She's so toxic. Blossom, I can fix her. You can. We can fix her. If evil, why hot? You cannot fix her. You cannot fix her. She just wants to see the world burn. You cannot fix her. Stop it. Stop trying to date female Doflamingo. It's a risk I'm willing to take. You're just like, oh, I'll become your servant for life. Dang nabbit. That's a new model. This is a pre-model that I got a while ago for my model roulette. This is I'm Bobby. A martyr for the cause. What a hell of a way to die. You're gonna get murdered by female Doflamingo. Fully could be fixed to watch the world burn with her. Just 6'8" evil woman with a massive racket killer hips. It's worse because female Doflamingo would if she kept the same height, she'd be 10 foot tall, a 10-foot tall woman, and I'd imagine that she'd probably be just as fit, so she'd be like super fit. Man, female Doflamingo would be a baddie though. She would be a baddie. But it's the most toxic person you could ever have anything to do with. You don't want her. You don't want her. Please don't. And I can fix her. You can't fix her. I guess then that means that she would Blossom, I was already sold on it. You don't need to butter up the deal more. No. In that AU, if everyone was gender bent, she would have killed her own sister! And you're still okay with that? This psycho chick killing her own sister, and you're like, that's hot. That's hot. Dang. Toxic Yuri. Look, she's hot. It doesn't matter if she killed Rosanante. She's hot. The things your chat loves. My chat is down bad for a female Doflamingo, and I don't know how to deal with this, honestly. I don't know how to deal with this. Ugh. Imagine in a world where Oda made Doflamingo a girl. Oh man, that would have been weird. Big woman is hot, bro. Monkey brain neuron activated. I'm down bad for Gyrus or a woman that can use me like a stress reliever. Just gotta squeeze your whole body like a stress ball. Dang nabbit. Okay, but what's your opinion on female crocodile? Cause she's kind of a baddie too. What do you feel about that? I think female crocodile be kind of cool. I can fix it. You know, I feel like female crocodile is more fixable than female Doflamingo, so I'll allow that. I'll allow that. Would. How tall is crocodile? We need to see, because he was pretty tall, but he's like relatively short compared to a lot of ones. How tall is crocodile? One Piece. Crocoblam would become a reality. Okay, crocodile is 8 feet 4 inches. Giant woman, One Piece woman, a man's dream never dies. A man's dream never dies! So crocodile is 8 feet 4 inches. Ah! Here's your 8-foot woman. Wait a second about Croc Mom. Us men are simple creatures. You see tall woman and you're like, whoa. I'm gonna make Croc Mom a thing. Croc do be stylin' though. Croc definitely do be stylin'. She's less crazy than Dofi, I don't know. Might be a tournament. She's a handsome woman. Do you want the crazy? Do you want the crazy? I feel like Croc, female Croc would be just the right amount of crazy, maybe. A little psycho, but like crazy, cool styling. I can get Huli, a crazy woman. Female Croc is on the line of crazy that can be manageable. Exactly. Evil genocide woman or correct government official woman. Dofi just wants to see the world burn. Crocodile just wants to take over the world. Croc wants to... if I remember right, there was like a cover story where they revealed that Croc's dream was becoming king of the pirates. So I guess you'd be like the... She'd still want that. She would still like want to be like in power. I feel like female Croc is more dommy mommy and female Dofi is more I'm just gonna kill you. One Piece smasher pass! One Piece smasher pass! Ah, that's so bad. Ah! Oof, oof. We have to wait until she's caught up. Buggy shows up and I'm like, what the fuck do I even say here? He's a literal clown. Pass. Oh man. Female Mihawk is also... Ooh, female Mihawk. Ooh. Female Mihawk is really pretty. Don't say that! I hate you! I hate you! That's so funny. Female Mihawk seems like a good balance. Not insane, just really, really cool. How tall is Mihawk? I feel like Mihawk is actually surprisingly short. How tall is Mihawk? One Piece. Mihawk is 6'6". So he's only 3 inches taller than Law. If you're not into clowns, why are you with me? Yeah. On pure look, she clears the other warlords. Female Mihawk does clear the other warlords for sure. There's a website for this, I'm sure. If you're counting all the warlords to like gender bent, would you count female Law too? Because female Law is baddie. Female Law is a baddie. I still think female Mihawk is better looking than female Law though. Well, the female law is really cool looking. Cooking with fire. Ugh. We talking girls? We're talking gender bent warlords of the sea because we thought it'd be really funny. Have you seen gender bent Mihawk? Female law is also great. Female law is really cool. What about female buggy? I don't think he's drawn a female buggy. I'd be interested to see what female buggy looks like. Female buggy would be a little bit insane, so it'd be maybe. I don't think she'd be that tall though. Hold up, Week's cooking. Girl failures exist. Here, let me bring up the thing. Detachable. You can't see that. I got convicted for stealing a banana. I won't be appealing. There's a girl failure right there. Are you calling me a girl failure? That's so mean. How you doing? I'm doing good. We're talking about One Piece characters. But you said that about yourself? Yeah, I am kind of a girl failure. Okay, 1 second. Goodish, I need your opinion on this. I'm gonna send you 2 screenshots. And you have to decide between these. Okay. You have to decide between, female Mihawk or female crocodile. Which one's prettier to you? Don't say Mihawk Tua, I hate you. Hancock is my favorite. Hancock is really cool. My favorite character in One Piece is Law. But what would be my favorite well, if it's a warlord, it's still okay, pre-time skip, my favorite warlord. Probably Dofi. I think he's cool. He's a very good villain. Mihawk Tua. You still think Mihawk Tua is... You think Mihawk Tua is more popular? Not popular, more beautiful female female... Yeah. Mihawk Tua is a top tier joke to come up with on the spot. He said this like every single time that Mihawk comes on screen. VTuber, they're gonna risk. Oh yeah, I've heard of that one. There's some crazy stuff happening in the, you know, how do you goodish? Crocodile smokes, and I can't do the smoke. Okay, so you literally just don't want female crocodile because she smokes. You don't want female... Okay. Kiss, Marry, Kill, Charlotte, Smoothie, Prime, Big Mom, Nami Mom. I don't know some of those characters. I'm only in the middle of Whole Cake right now. I haven't gotten that far. Spooky. Yeah, I'm currently in Whole Cake. I'm trying to get through it. It's been oof. Here, Goodish, I will send you a picture of do you want to see a picture of female Doflamingo? Too bad you get to see a picture of female Doflamingo. Miss All Sunday Robin is better to me than the post-time skip Robin. She does look better. Her design is Miss All Sunday was a lot better. You get to see female Doflamingo and you don't have a choice. As someone who also smokes cigars, that's not an issue for me. You like crack? It's also the hat. The hat is good. The hat is fantastic. Still going Mihawk to a... I love that Goodish said she's freaky for real. I sent a picture of female Doflamingo and it's like, she freaky for real. Still Mihawk to a... Oh. I think it's funny that somehow Oda made Doflamingo, no matter what gender he is, like, is the female version looks like a lesbian and the male version looks like he's gay. Like, how did you make a character that looks so homosexual? Gooderish could fix her for sure. What do you mean? I can't even fix myself? You can fix her? I can't even fix myself. Burr, burr, burr. Dofi is closet coded. Just look at the fit. Dofi looks absolutely fabulous, to be honest. His fit is really fabulous. I saw someone joking where like there was like the warlords give me Fim Mihawk with Dofi's height and call me Fix It Felix. Mihawk's less insane, so it's fine. You could get Blossom to life-sized Dofi chocolate statue? What? Turns out maybe the reason all those Heart anime sites are going down is because Japan's culture hates piracy? Crazy. Anyway, what was it? I saw a funny, it was like one of those memes that people did. Like where they take audio from something else and they had like all the warlords meeting with Sengoku and Dofi's like, yeah, I'm really glad that I was invited, and then Sengoku's like, yeah, don't worry, I like gay dudes, and then Dofi's like, I'm not gay, and like all the warlords just kind of look at him and they're like, you're not? We don't believe you. And he's like, I'm not gay! Still, I'm not gay! I thought that was funny. It's funnier to me if he's not gay and he just looks like that. Let's be honest, the warlord system is the dumbest thing out there. It pretty much is. It pretty much is. Also, they let just about anyone in, I swear. You do like one thing for the government and they let you in. Like freaking how do you get let in that easy, man? Some of the characters that get let in, it's like, why are you here? It's a stupid system, which is why I believe a government should implement, a government would implement it. You know, that is right. That is accurate. Other culture has gone to war with Japan over it. It's like some Japanese artisan asked Russians what would they do if they pirated Ski, and the Russians responded with, what file type you want? That's hilarious. I doubt it's just Japan, though, that's, like, causing these sites to go down. It's probably just going down in general. Several anime sites have been going down lately. I think 9 animes did now. PNG, please. If buying isn't owning, then piracy isn't theft. Exactly. Their whole job is to fight a Yonko if the need came, but the time comes to fight a Yonko, most of them don't even won't even decide to sit it out. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like that they couldn't have taken down the Yunko, man. They couldn't have taken down the Yunko. Like, can you imagine trying to take... I don't think they could. Yeah, it was Moria. No spoilers. Goodish is here. Goodish, don't read. Corporate America is just handed it to you. Yeah. Can't take down pirates. They've been trying since ship days. Exactly. Let me see. Is 9 Anime still dead? I want to check. I mean, I don't know any anime pirating sites. Mihawk is just messing around, not trying. Mihawk is not trying at all. He's just freaking around. He's just having fun. They, like, did not try. Death, taxes, and piracy. Yo ho, a pirate's life for me. Sengoku calls a warlord meeting and is genuinely shocked when 3 of the 7 warlords show up. I know, it's really funny. If they didn't want us to pirate, they would give us good service that isn't Crunchyroll. Yeah. One of the 3 is their obedient cyborg. Yeah! It's really funny. We're like, okay, everyone gather up. And only like Dofi shows up because he's probably bored. Their obedient cyborg shows up because they can, because they have to, because they don't have a choice. And freaking Mihawk shows up because he's bored. Like, that's like the funniest part of it, I think. Funniest part of that, like, meeting. And then I love how like Dofi like is so bored he like leaves, and then he's like, all right, no, I'm gonna go check on Bellamy. How's Bellamy doing? You disrespected me because you lost while you were using my my Jolly Roger. All right, I'm gonna just kill you. Die.
The rope is an important item found in the hilltop center
in Silent Hill 3. You can find it in a drawer in the office on the 3rd floor. If you're playing an easy riddle difficulty, you can just pick it up. If not, you'll have to find a screwdriver to pry the drawer open. いくつの酒を届けの雪よ海風君風なめ任せ潮の幕で春のさらぐあなただらだだだだらだら Guys, I almost figured out how to download a car. I just need to. No, Goulash! Oh, hello. Is a Catholic classically trained singer. What composer should I listen to? Currently listening to Mozart, but I do like Beethoven a bit more. So interestingly enough, although I'm classically trained, I don't listen to that much classical music. And in general, the most I listen to is like I actually listen to a lot of pop punk, which is really funny. But I have studied classical, a lot of classical hymns. I learned Ave Maria. I learned let me see what else. I learned a lot of classic musical songs as well. My teacher was a classic music artist. She was quite good. I miss her. Her health went downhill and I had to stop going to her, but I miss her dearly. But yes, hello. It's weird that I'm classically trained and yet I don't listen to that much classic music. Like, I practiced so much with some that I'm like, nah, I want to learn all this stuff. Blossom hates the classics. No! I like classics. Went to a convent the other day and I never realized singing nuns was what I needed to hear. Singing nuns are so beautiful. I went to a convent on a trip. I'm gonna change my model back now, actually. It's been a while. I went to a convent and It was really funny because I was like 16 or something like that, and I went to this convent, and it was beautiful, and it was the first time I had alcohol. Oh, dang it, you model roulette me again. Christ or Sword, thank you for the follow. Yeah. Like they dipped the Eucharist in the wine, and I was like, oh. It was very strong. They like made it there themselves, and I got like straight up wine. Let me see, things. Sake romanji. Pinkusu no osake wo todake ne yuki yo. Umikaze kimikaze namemekase. Shie no makute yuhi mo sawagu. Sorana wa kaketori no uta. Sayonara minato tsutsimagi no sate yo. Tonto ichi ato fondo no uta. Kinkagi no shibu ni kete ore ta. I don't know this part. Okay, yuku no so umi no kageri. I wonder how much of this Subathon is dedicated to One Piece. Too much. Too much. How much of it is just repeating the same stuff? Honestly, I haven't repeated that much. It's kind of surprising. Oh, look at the plushies. Those are so cute. Have you sang Latin before? Yes. Yes. I have. I've been to some Latin masses before they were banned. I like Latin mass. I know how to sing the Ave Maria in Latin, and I know some prayers in Latin. Banned. it was sort of banned, not exactly. Restricted is better. Restricted. It's complicated and kind of messy. Latin isn't banned, just the Latin mass. Not really banned though. Some places still allow it. The Church of Latin, but I gave up. I want to learn it though. It seems really cool. I studied Latin for like 5 years growing up. So I know a decent amount of Latin, enough to understand a Latin mass. What kind of Latin? Like classical Latin. Ave Maria, gratia plena, Maria gratia plena nobis, Maria gratia plena. I learned to speak Rome Latin, which is older than the Church Latin. I need to learn that one, that way I could just whip it out. It's really funny for a non-Catholic to want to learn the Ave Maria, because it's literally the Hail Mary. Which a lot of people that are non-Catholic look down on saying, because they're like, oh, Mary worship. Heretics, all that stuff. It's just funny to me when people are interested in it. Some people don't know it's the Hail Mary, though. They're like, what? What? I thought it was just a song about Mary. No, it's a prayer. You fool! Is a Baptist? It's complicated? Yeah. I think it's a funny song for if someone dies. I do think it's funny to start singing it if someone dies in a game. Like, I like doing that when I'm playing Peak and I like fall down and I start to die. I'm like, yes. Because it's so pretty, like objectively. It is a beautiful song. Feet. Hello, Ghostly. Feet. I've not colored this whole model. So last short where I sang it is I went to the heavens. That was really funny. I just scream when I fall in Peak. I want to play Peak again. I miss it. Raid. What do you mean raid? We haven't got a raid, have we? I don't think so. What the... Secret raid? Bet get it set up. Made my first rosary today. It was intriguing. Oh, are you like a new convert or like someone that's just like interested in Catholicism or something? Hello, Elaine. Welcome. Absolutely peak right now. I don't want to peak right now. I'll peak later. Goodish. You said. You said. Da 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 da. Very recently I've been looking into converting. Oh! Well, I hope that whatever path you take, whether you convert or not, you stay close to God and that you grow ever closer to Him. Add soon, bleh. I'll play... Okay, so like I'm planning a Peak collab with Draco sometime after the 8th. So you can join then. How about that? We can play Peak then. You said you look really pretty, or it looked pretty cool when you put indigo streaks in your hair. And he kept it all inside his head, but he thought he left it unsaid. Though he wanted to, he couldn't talk to you. He couldn't find a way, but he would always say, if I could tell her everything I see. If I could tell her how she's everything to me. But we're a million worlds apart, and I don't know how I would even start. Dear Evan Hansen is a very pretty musical. I'm a beam goodish with the coconut. Yeah! Well, we need to wait until he's like climbing the mountain, and then we can hit him with a coconut so he falls all the way down. Start the game! I'm not starting the game. We're not playing today. I see you hate me. I hate you. I hate you. You hate me. I just don't want to play Peak right now. Peak takes so long. I get distracted playing Peak forever. Kind of have to devote a whole stream for it. I can do Friday or Saturday this week. It's Friday. I feel like I have something on Friday. I do. You could talk One Piece while playing Peak. Meow. Meow. Friday I'm slowly, my week has been filling up with watching anime with different people because everyone wants to watch anime with me. So Fridays I'm watching anime with the Light Twins and my friend Chelsea. Thursdays I watch anime with Goodish. Sundays I watch anime with my boily boyfriend. You're forcing me to watch anime with me. with Yo. Exactly, I'm forcing you to watch One Piece and you're enjoying every bit of it because Ines Lobby is fantastic! Just wait till you get to Thriller Bark, man. I think that you're gonna also cry. Gives me a gunpoint. Okay, but you have to say Robin's I Want to Live moment was fantastic, right? It was so good! I love Robin. It was so good! They gave us like her backstory and then you're like, ah, ah. She's still forcing me. I'm gonna force you to finish Ines Lobby and then we're gonna start Thriller Bark and then we're gonna go to Shabondi. Ah, it's gonna be fantastic. If we get to Amazon Lily before the start of the campaign, then you'll know what hockey is, which is really good. Tied me to a chair last time and forcefully held my eyelids open. Yeah, exactly. That's what I did to make you watch One Piece with me. If I could tell her. I want to sing. I thought about making today a karaoke stream, and then I was like, I don't really want to make it a karaoke stream, and then I was like, But I still want to sing. I could tell her everything I see. I could tell her how she's everything to me. Dear Evan Hansen, yes, I also miss our talks. Dear Connor Murphy, yes, I also miss our talks. Just try to take deep breaths and go on walks. I'm a man now. I'm sending pictures of the most amazing trees. You'll be impressed by my expertise. Some of the songs in that were really catchy. Cause all it takes is a little reinvention. I look edgy now. I don't know why it is, but all of the male models I've ever, like, puppeted have really, really restrictive rigging. Like, this one just, like, hardly moves and his mouth isn't great. It's like, dang. I don't know what it is, but they just, like, when people rig male models, they just, like, put zero effort into it. Okay, that's a little mean. That's a little mean. They still put effort. It's just not, it's the same. It's a goth twink. I'm a goth twink now, guys. I'm a male VTuber. You may now leave. Kind of true, though. It's weird that there's just not as much effort put into the male models that I've had. Although I've only really gotten to see, like, male models with, free male models, so this one's free. It's a little... Maybe it's like, I don't know, they feel like if they put too much animation into it, it'll look too girly or something? I don't know. People would rather rig booba than regular dude, I guess. Probably. Precisely. But then, like, chibi models are normally pretty expressive. Maybe you just need a male chibi model. Maybe if I get a male chibi model, that'll be more expressive and bouncy. Well, it goes back to being cute. Yeah, maybe they don't rig them so much because they're afraid that the male models will look too cutesy, and it's like, I don't know. Like, oh no, men can't be cute, but it's cute, it has more effort put in. Maybe that. I wonder why. It's kind of curious. Burr. Ask Twitter. Twitter is odd. I'm sure people have answers. Like, ask riggers, I don't know. It's primarily like good riggers primarily focus on female commissions as they can pay more. Or they're more common. Maybe they have more experience with them too. Guys, my rigging starts soon. I'm so excited. It got delayed a bit. It was supposed to start on the first, but my rigger couldn't do it then because she got super busy. So it's gonna start, I think, later. I forget. Nice. Maybe I can see. $18th. That's the 18th. Female modelers are more common. Male models are not as common, yet there are people that do really good male rigs that I've seen. If only I wasn't so gosh dang poor. I love that emote. You're just like, ah. If only I wasn't so poor. If you saved your money and stopped buying so many games, then maybe you'd be able to afford one, huh? Know someone that has a rigging class you can save up for if you want me to send it to you. That's also a good option. I haven't bought any games in like weeks. Lies. Lies and slander. Lies and slander. All that it takes is a little Ori. Just stream when I'm not in the middle of meetings. Then I could hit you like I did at Blossom and Astral. Yeah, Goodish straight up bought a game the other day. Because it was on sale. I'm pretty sure. I see! Okay, but it was like $5. You still bought something. That's $5 that could have gone to your model. I love how the first thing I do, and you forced me to get Ghost Trick. If you hadn't bought it, I would have bought it for you, you know? I like how the first thing I see on my Steam profile thing is you giving a downvote to a game. That's so funny. You just absolutely dogging on an indie game. You'd have bought more Law figures. Come on! Come on! Do you really think I'd do that? Do you think I'd do that? Do you really think I'd do that? Come on. It's not like I have bought 3 of them now. Well, 2 of them now. I already had owned one. I don't dog on games, but Bad Cheese was not good. Your question is whether I extend the subathon more. I hit Goodish. True. So I bought, so I was gifted a figure from my boily boyfriend, and then I bought a Law figure, and I also bought another Law figure. One of them is straight up coming from Japan, and it's gonna take several months to get here. And the other one is, I bought from Amazon, and it's a pretty good one. It's actually a Dressrosa outfit. I have... The 2 outfits that I have for him are the Dressrosa outfit and the outfit between Punk Hazard and Dressrosa is the other one. The one where he's just wearing like a long sleeve blue shirt with like the collar that's super fluffy for some reason. I think that one's cute. I saw apparently he has a new outfit for Film Red, and it looks like a biker jacket. And I'm like, oh, you look so cool. Why aren't there figures of that outfit, man? I want that. No Dofi figures yet, huh? Might need to change that. I don't want a Dofi figure. I don't want him freaking in my house. I don't want him in my house. Ugh. I'm tempted to read out loud your review of Bad Cheese, Goodish. You need to grow your blonde boy collection, though. He is a blonde boy, and it would be adding to my blonde boy collection. Freaking, I ran out of room in the back, so I had to move Cloud over to where Miku's are. So Cloud's like stand that had him, sitting up it broke, it like missing a part, so he just kind of flops And so I had to put him, like, lean him against the wall right behind the Mikus, which is really funny. It's like he's an honorary Miku. I have the Mikus separate from the rest of the crew. I don't know why I did that, but I thought it fit. The Mikus need to have their own space, okay? You can't have the boys next to the girls, like, too close to them. And now I have, like, I have my 2 laws next to each other, and one of the laws is, like, so massive, and he's like holding out his, like, arm in this really wide stance to where, like, he takes up so much space. He takes up so much space that I managed to squeeze him in next to Vash, but it looks like he's trying to cut into Vash. It's really funny. Like, don't attack Vash! Vash is a friend. Did you buy this game, Goodish, or was it a demo? Bad Cheese was gifted to me. Oh. I played the demo and it seemed good. I wrote up a really hateful review of Owlboy, but I think it got deleted because I can't find it on my account. Maybe I just never posted it. Oh, Modern Roulette again. Who are we going to be? Who will we be now? Oh! I'm a cutie! Yay! ピンクスの酒を届けに行きよ。海風君風波任せ。潮のめくで空の咲く春が荒かったりの歌。Hello. You know what's funny? On my alt account, on my alt account, I actually do speak in a different voice when I voice her. I like put on a higher toned voice on one of my 70 alt accounts. I only have one. And I can't even handle that one. I actually do talk higher. I talk like a lot higher, more like this, and very softly. And I speak very carefully and pronounce all of my words perfectly so that the voice changer doesn't mess up the words. Because if you start to slur your words together, then it gets really fricked up. So you have to carefully say every word so people can understand what you're saying. I remember going to your alt and wondered if it was a dude with a voice changer. Several people did! They were like, are you a dude with a voice changer? I'm like, no, I'm a cute girl. Then I became friends with you. No, I'm a cute girl. I'm a cute girl. I think it's funnier, though, if it's like a girl with a voice changer, you know? Like, people are like, oh yeah, you're probably a dude with a voice changer. No, I'm a girl with a voice changer. I'm just pretending to be a different girl. Why? Because I can. What the freak? But I speak in a higher tone just for the purpose of having it sound different, because if I talk in my normal voice, then the voice changer picks up a little bit. It sounds more like me. But if I do a higher voice and I kind of go for a more nasally sound, which is actually how the voice changer sounds, it's actually, I picked one that sounded more nasally because I thought it was kind of cute. So if I force that voice already, it makes the voice sound more natural when it goes through the voice changer. So that's sort of how I voice my alt account. Hello, Astral! Welcome. Hi. What the heck is going on? I was talking about my alt account. What do you think? I spit on you. I spit on you. They almost introduced a Katakuri. They haven't yet, though. Howdy, Starboy. Howdy, Starboy. What the heck are you talking about? My secret alt account that no one knows about. Check your DMs? Ooh. I am your alt account. Yeah, you're my alt account. Ooh. Looks like the line art. Ah! Dude, that's so cool! I've been Blossom this whole time. You have been. This is such a cool outfit, man. I'm dying, Zam. I'm dying. Huh. We revealed this on April 1st. Yes. Astral Artisan is my alt account where I pretended to be a male VTuber. Anyways. Memes and jokes aside. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. How's things going? Good. I've been playing One Piece Odyssey. And now I'm playing the DLC for One Piece Odyssey. So I can fight Law because I know he's a boss and I want to kick his butt. Because I think it's cool that he's a boss. I don't know why he's a boss, but he's a boss. No, do not set memes and jokes aside. If you did, the channel would disappear. I'm gonna fade into the background now. I'm getting my schedule of stuff sorted for June. I've been trying to do stuff. Sorry, Nomish, you're being set aside. I've been trying to figure out stuff for June too because I plan to have a charity stream then, but I'm stressed. I haven't found the planner thing we used before. You can look to where it's a website. I know it's a website. Try to find where we talked about it in our DMs. Look at like May or April of last year. Awesome, that's a big ask. Just use the search function. Find it and pin it. Exactly. We talk so much. We have. Just look at like May of last year. 난데모 나의 또 끝이 was 군다. Then a lot in call chats mixed in the message, so it's gonna be a pain to find anything. Half of the information in it is missing. I'm pretty sure I DM'd you. Pick when to meet. I think that's it. When to meet. Yes, it's when to meet. That's what I used. That's the planner I used. It's when to meet. I'm going to put this website in my secret place and then pin it so I remember. Send message. Would you like me to send you a... Would you like me to DM you the stupid thing? What? I hate that something stupid popped in my brain after you found that out. Ugh. Sure, you can send me a thing. I keep getting spammed. My email is full of spam. I try to, like, sort it out. Zoro, no! Zoro, no! That's such a dumb meme. It's such a dumb meme, guys. I can't share this. Instantly thought of you. Rude, calling my email spam. You send me an email every single day, Goodish. You literally don't stop. Let me see. I think I found like a funny... Oh, here. Okay, and you don't stop sending me your love confessions in my emails. It's so obnoxious. Oh my gosh. Keep doing it until you play Demon Tides. Y'all use emails outside of business? How dare you use emails outside of business? What the frick is wrong with us? Astro, stop it! I hate you, Astro. You're such a jerk. I don't want to see my emails anymore after coming off of work. AOL accounts? Eh? Got a great Zoro meme? Oh no. The last one was not great. Four sword style. Zoro, please. Zoro, please. I need to stop, man. I need to stop. I think it's so funny when people draw Zoro caked up. It's just cute. Oh no, Bitsy, welcome. Oh, who model is this? New model, who this? Why do you have so many pictures of Zoro caked up? The man has a type. Astro, we found out that Doflamingo is 10 foot tall. So I have a question for you. If a female Doflamingo, would you? Like, she'd be just as buff and just as tall. No. So many people in my chat said that they would female Doflamingo, which is so cursed. Like, she's insane. She's super buff. She's super tall. Yes. Astral just simply no. There's already a female loss. She has only one red flag. Female Law is a baddie. She's into slavery. Yeah, female Doflamingo is into slavery. 10-foot baddie, I can fix it. Okay, okay, between, then, Astral, between a female crocodile and female, Mihawk, which would you choose? Hmm. He's thinking, which one? Have you seen like the official designs for them? Which would be the most sexiest? Have you seen their designs? Mihawk, because she would be quiet. Female Mihawk would be probably the most sane option. She's beautiful. She's a great swordsman. She'd probably pretty just like chill compared to some of the others. Drinks a lot of wine though. Yeah. He chose Mihawk too. Goodish said that he wouldn't go with female Croc because female Croc smokes. But he didn't like female Dofi that much. Croc mom. Goodish, eventually, after we watch far enough, I can tell you about the Croc mom theory because it's funny. Female Croc would have me looking like that dried out mummy. It was an epic joke that I just made. Yeah, Mihawk to haha. I still think Female Law is a baddie. Female Law looks great. I want a figure of her so bad. I want a figure of her so bad. She's so pretty. There's like there's one, it's part of the, there's a series of figures called the Unbreakable Law figures, and they're ones to do with Law and his backstory. So I think there is a Doflamingo one in the Unbreakable Law collection, but there's a Female Law one, and it's like $20, and she's beautiful, man. Zoro cut off his balls. Hang on. Want to fish more memes? You're just sending me memes now. Want her figure and I want a figure of her are two different sentences. Okay, how about this? I want her figure and I also want a figure of her. I want both! I wish I looked like Female Law. She's a baddie, man! She's so pretty! Dang. She's so pretty. Too bad you're 3'3". I'm not 3'3". I'm 5'3". Difference. You have to double your height? Shut up! I'm not 3'3". Blossom, what did you send me? What did you send me? Thoughts on the last meme? Oh no, what did you send? It's just a bird, a silly picture of a bird, and someone drew on Doflamingo's clothes on it. Did you tell Chad about the dream you had where we all become our VTubers, Sonus? I did! I'll say it again, though. I had a dream that, all my friends, like, well, not all my friends, but, like, everyone in the world, it was, like, a VTuber or had, like, an OC turned into their, like, OC or VTuber. And so, like, I woke up and I was, like, my Huldra self, and I was like, whoa, this is so cool. Then I like, video called all my friends, and, Goodish had turned into his, but he was, like, really, really short, and he was so mad about it. But he kept like having to sit up in his chair to be visible. Also, Shindo was like his samurai self from his 14 character from Final Fantasy 14, because I'm not short. So it was really funny because he was just like gnome sized. He was super tiny. Is this the next One Piece filler arc? Yeah. Where the frick even am I? Zoro in the back rooms. That's hilarious. How did he get there? Anyway. Yeah, so Goodish was really short. We tried to contact Astral, but he had fricked off somewhere. We just knew he was somewhere in the universe causing trouble. Saying I'm not short is exactly what a short person would say. Exactly, Goodish. He was super short. I was a Huldra, and I remember it was really freaking annoying because I had all these branches from my back, so I couldn't like lean back in my chair. And I was like, this was a terrible design. Why did I come up with this? So I had to like sit sideways, like weirdly in my chair and contort. But I also kept messing around with the fluffy ears because they were very cute. Shindo was a samurai, so he thought he was cool. He got like samurai, but everyone had their own abilities from like their thing. I hadn't developed my character that much, so I just was a Huldra. But nowadays I've decided that Huldras are shapeshifters, which makes sense in story. And they can speak with dead. They have to speak with dead. Goodish is 1-2, rounded up exactly. I saw some people. Okay, this is back on One Piece. Real quick, some people were making jokes about 6-7. They were like, they showed like the popularity poll. The number 67 is Polly, so people were like showed Polly looking really pissed and with a 6-7 above his head, and then like all of the other people, like all the other shipwrights going, hey, 6-7, 6-7, and he's just looking really pissed. Just wait until I get a full body. It's just also half the size of Blossom. I'm not that short. Anyways, fun. Chuzzy was like a literal bear. Laurie was like her angel self, so she could like fly. Where are you with Goodish in One Piece? We are in the middle of Innis Lobby. You want to know something funny? Yes. About the early One Piece opening. Sure. Yeah, we're in the middle of Innis Lobby. We have like 20 episodes until the end of Innis Lobby, so we're about halfway through. I think he just saw Ashura. I think that's what it's called. No, we're actually near the end. Never mind. We're not halfway through. We're near the end. You saw Zoro use his new move on Kaku. Just saw Kaku get freaking bent. One that has the main 5 as kids running towards adventure. Yes. Yume wo kakihatsume. One Piece. Asura, yeah. The drums have returned on throne. Oh no. All of them run from left to right, except Zoro. Is running. Right to left? I hate 6-7. If you say 6-7 again, I will roar. Hello. Like, that's an opening 20? Zoro is out of pace with everyone. That's so funny. I think it keeps changing. Like we watched it on the first time and it was really different, and now they just show a bunch of scenes from the anime. But the opening is pretty good. I do like it. It's not my favorite opening, but it's very good. Oh, you're right. They're running from right right to left. And he's running left to right. That's so funny. Zoro is lost again. One. No yumi wo kakiatsume sagashimono sagashi ni yuki no sa One Piece. Pocket no coin. Sarah, you wanna be my friend? We are on a cruise. We are. I want to learn it in Japanese, man. One Piece. Let's see if someone relets me again. Or I wish Zoro smiled more post-time skip. Looks like another stream with no games today. Yes. And you want to roulette me again. I'm a man! Frick you, Goodish. You made me a man. I hate you. This one actually has decent rigging. You still have to puppeteer it a little bit more than some other ones, though. Ayo, what? Could be worse, Blossom. I'm a male VTuber. How can anything be worse than this? Pocket no coin. Do you wanna be my friend? Oh, what was that? A gift? A throne? No! Jacob, did you buy me a trophy figure? No! Don't worry about it. What the freak did you do? What did you do? What did you do? Awesome, what is that? What is what? That alarm? That's a throne alarm. It was very loud, it scared me. What did you do? It's a surprise. I didn't know it did that. Wait, it's a surprise gift? So I won't even know what you got me? It's a surprise gift. I don't even know what it is. I want that alarm. Give it. It's the default throne alarm. I don't know. I'm terrified. I'm obviously I can't see what it is. It just says it's a surprise gift. But Jesus, probably a Dopey figure. Ah! Ah! I'm so mad. How do I get that alarm on my OBS? You connect your throne to OBS. Hello from Malaysia. Welcome. Check Twitch alerts, Goober. Yeah, check Twitch alerts. Pocket no fine. I will say it's a blonde boy. No! Dang nabbit. Is it hot there? It is actually kind of cool today where I live. It started raining, so everything's kind of cold. Oh. How do I get that alarm on my OBS? I didn't know that was a thing. You go to your settings and in Throne. 89 degrees and a good day here. Jeez. In the 80s here, it's pretty cold. Let me see how hot it is for me right now. It is 50... No, it's 48. It's 48 out. It's cold. If I become rich, I'm going to give Blossom a life-size Dofi figurine as well as a life-size Corazon for the image you have on the PNG on your head. You're so mean. I don't think there even is a life-size Dofi figurine. Can you imagine a figurine that is 10 feet tall and a Corazon that is practically almost 10 feet tall? Gotta include the child law. Yeah, crying over his corpse. You're terrible. You're terrible. Blah. Why do you do this to me? You're so mean. I love Corazon. I miss him. If they don't exist, I'm gonna use imaginary lottery money to make them exist. You're going to pay someone to make a 10-foot sculpture of Doflamingo, and then you're gonna have it shipped to me. What? I don't even know what to do with that. I don't even know what to do with that. I don't even know if I have a single room that is 10 foot tall. Probably, right? How tall is an average room? How tall is an average room? How tall is an average room in a house? 8 foot! It literally would not fit in my house! In this scenario, I'm stupid rich. It's all for the lulz. I hate this. I found a life-sized Dofi statue. Can't figure out cost though. Send screenshots of it as proof. What the frick? Is that actual life-size? That is terrifying! I hate him! I hate him so much! He scares me. He scares me, man. Ugh! 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 This rant about the addition of Law crying. You're so mean. I hate this, like, picture of him. He looks so smug. Doflamingo's smile creeps me out to no end. It's really spooky. And his weird-ass shoes. Ugh. I don't... Ugh. Ugh. I feel like, if I saw that in real life, I'd be terrified. I have more memes. Oh no. Hello, J-Love! Let's go. That's true. Astral sent me a picture of Bon Clay, and it says, how do I explain to a non-One Piece fan that he's the most badass character? Ordinary people laughing at him, but One Piece fans salute. What's hilarious? It's like 90 bucks for a cardboard cutout that is life-size. A 10-foot cardboard cutout of Dofi! Again, it would not fit in my house! He would be bent over! I hate this. I hate this, man. Why does everyone want to get me Doflamingo stuff? Ah! You're terrible. Bon Clay is a fantastic character. Yeah, that's right. Corazon looks really goofy, but he's a fantastic character. Bon Clay looks really goofy. He's a fantastic character. Senor Pink looks ridiculous, and he's a fantastic character. Like, bro. I'm a menace. It's in my nature. Found a really funny one. Did I cry? Yes. Ah! All three of those hurt so bad, man. All three of those hurt really so bad. He just sent me a meme of 3 moments in One Piece that are really sad. Yes, but in blue. Did I cry? And it's all in red. Which had you bawling the most? Probably... You know, it's really funny. As much as I like Law, his backstory did not make me cry. I was really upset for him. I was like, oh, this freaking sucks. But, I don't know, maybe I wasn't in the right mindset as well. I think, I mean, Goodish might be here, so I don't want to spoil it too much. I think the third option, the last one had me bawling. And, Ace also, like, that one I was crying at too. The last one hit me hardest somehow, I think, which is really funny. Okay, I was in too much shock for the first one. The first one, I was in shock. I was like... The first one, I was in too much shock that I was like, no, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. What do you mean that happened? That can't happen. The first one is Marineford. The second one is Law's backstory, and the third one is the end of Ynys Lobby. Oops. You should rank the saddest flashback deaths. Oh, look who I am! I'm Astro! Yeah, the saddest flashback deaths should. Howdy, Starboy. Okay, so yeah, the first one, the one in Marineford, I was so shocked that I was in denial. I was literally in denial for quite a long time until they, like, that can't be it. That can't be it. That can't have happened. And then the episode title is like, yes, that happened. And I was like, that didn't happen. I refuse to believe it. And then of course with Law's backstory, I was like very sad. I was like, this is not fair. It felt very personal. Did you have the one I sent you to the roulette? I don't think I did. I'll make a tier list of all the ones up to Whole Cake. Yes, please. I'll rank it. Yeah. Give me access to 2.0. How sad, no goob. Yeah. Law's backstory was really sad, and honestly, it made me mad. It kind of made me mad. And a few close calls though, because I have a sibling that I don't get along with at all, and I was just like, this is not fair. It's the same kind of situation, not at all actually, but it made me feel like I was just like, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm gonna freaking... This is not fair. My poor son had to go through this, and it's because of a freaking squabble. It made me feel like I was Corazon, and I was like, man. I don't know. One Piece has no sad moments. Any other One Piece tier list when I made it? I'm trying to think. Can't think of any. But the one at the end of Innis Lobby, that one actually, because it was that one I was like, oh, that one hurt the most somehow. Oh yeah, Sanji is a Pokemon. That person did like all of the Straw Hats as Pokemon. I thought it was really cool. Oh my gosh, I just now get it because I got to Whole Cake. Oh, I feel so bad. You know what made Corazon's just so frustrating was the fact that Virgo covered it up. I hate Virgo so much! Okay, so like when Virgo showed up, I was like, ha! Wow, who's this guy? And then Law's like, I freaking hate you and I hate everything about you. And I was like, why do you hate Virgo so much? And then like at the end of the cutscene, I was like, ah! Like his backstory was like, this is not fair! Virgo ruined everything! This is all Virgo's fault! It made me so mad. It was so mad. Like, it could have been prevented. It might have been prevented. Had Law had gone to literally any other Marine, we would have had a different story. He could still be around, man. It sucks so bad. I don't know. Straw Hats ranked by who would cause trouble in a convenience store? That would be really funny. Luffy would probably eat everything without paying. I think Nami would steal. Jinbei, I would not. Jinbei would be the one to be like, don't, please, guys. I love so many of these memes. That's the Thriller Bark one. Anyway. Saddest flashbacks. Long tier list I want to make is for each Straw has arc specific fits. Yes! Yes! I want to rank the Straw Hats fits for each arc, please. Thank you. I know a lot of them look similar, except for the girls, obviously. Have there been any new fits in Whole Cake? Yes! Actually, yes! They just got their new outfits. Except for Jinbei. Jinbei didn't get a new outfit. I was very sad. Gama Gama no! Yeah, that's true. Some of the best fits in the series. It's really weird seeing Luffy dressed up so fancy though. I'm like, what are you wearing? My boy, you are literally like a feral child. Why are you dressed so fancy? It does, but I love that he has like the like fancy suit shirt and then like shorts. He still has shorts. Like, that's just what he dresses like. I love Zoro. I just noticed Zoro in that meme. Zoro's heading the opposite direction. Yeah. I think it's so funny that every time Law is like, okay, here's the plan. He's like, I'm the plan guy, here's the plan. And then no one listens to him. It's the funniest gag in all of One Piece to me. like, okay, here's a carefully thought out plan, and then Luffy just ruins everything immediately. It's so funny. It's so funny. It's like, you think eventually he would get like so sick of it. He's like, I'm done coming up with plans, but he doesn't. He thinks like that people will listen. He keeps thinking people will listen. No, he's too... He takes things so seriously. It's so funny. Ugh. Anyway, let me see. I did actually intend to play a game today. I was thinking of either playing, like, some of the One Piece Odyssey thing. I saw what you said, Astral. I was gonna play, like, maybe One Piece Odyssey, or maybe see, about playing something like Deep Rock, but then I got distracted as usual and talked about One Piece for 3 hours, 40 minutes. Let me change my model back. Nobody swap me! Woo! I'm cute again. Let's go. Enjoy your model roulette, because it dies the second I get my new model. Poppy, I've got you. No! Let's take ibuprofen together. I don't actually have the points for it. How are you out of points? How are you out of points, my friend? Someone drew Miku and Tato. It looks so cute. Sorry. Yeah. I was on Twitter again. Because I'm naughty. I was looking at Twitter. Used all my points for VIP and haven't been patiently accumulating them since. Barto is still one of my favorite One Piece characters. Honestly, same. Barto is fantastic. I was kind of sad that he wasn't in the One Piece Odyssey. Because they added Cavendish, they added Cabbage, and they added Sebo. But they didn't add Barto. Barto is fantastic. Alberto's fight in Dressrosa so much. I think it's so cool when he locked in and he like mimicked Luffy. It was so funny. I was like, Barto! Barto! He's such a cool dude. Bro, me too! Him simping over the whole crew had me being like, bro, me too! Exactly, it's so fun. I was just like, I would be good friends with Barto because I would be like, hey, do you want to talk about the Straw Hats? And he'd be like, oh? My hyperfixation? Why, of course. You know that he'd be a fan of the anime. When they get their new bounty posters and he's gushing over them and then he looks so long and he's just like, oh, your bounty increased too. Yeah, I thought that was so funny. He's like, oh, your bounty's increased. Yeah, look at your new one. Oh yeah, yours went up too. Yeah. It was so funny. He's just like, yeah, yours went up, and Law's just like, okay. He just does not care about Law. He just does not care. He's like, you're not a straw hat. Ew, gross. He mentions it. He's like, yeah, since you're an ally, I guess I'll mention it, but he doesn't do anything else. It's so funny. Oh. I also love on Zoe when Law was like working with Zoro, and Zoro like got lost and like collecting the wood, and Law just kind of leans close to him and he's like, you're bad with directions, aren't you? And he's like, huh? It's like, no, I don't, no. And he's like, yeah, you are, aren't you? You're terrible with directions. Did you see or hear about the monkey named Punch? I did. I have seen stuff with him. The internet was obsessed with him. Yeah. Alright. Freaking ads. Ah! That's so cute. Someone made a video and I want to watch it, but I probably have to get caught up, where it said, what if everyone that Luffy invited to join his crew joined his crew? And also one that was like, what if everyone Luffy defeated joined his crew? And I'm like, oh man, that's crazy. Thinking of all the psychopaths in one ship was really funny to me. Crocodile joining is funny enough. Arlong joining is funny enough. Doflamingo joining is really funny to me. Punch made a friend last I heard. Let's go! Moria for Nakama. Moria would be so weird to have on his team, man. He's just collecting weirdos. Let me see all the arcs. I mean, they'd have Kuro too. Captain Kuro. Elveda becomes Pirate King. Elveda. Does that mean Buggy would join his crew? Oh, we have ads. That means Lucci would join. If it's just the people that Luffy beat, then it's a little different. Hordy, Caesar. Hordy and Caesar. Well, Caesar already kind of, not really. He's just getting dragged around. I have to find out like everyone else and let Blossom tells it. I mean, if you don't want me to tell, I won't tell. Back from ads. If you don't want me to tell, I won't tell. Astro likes to frick with people, man. Ande mo nai tokachi wa sekunda. Anto chotto tenda metakite. Oh, akanaide. Is this revenge for the gifted subs? I think it is. How could I only see this now? Couldn't do a thing, must stare without a sound. Guided away, I'll walk to a train while yours You walk to a train while I'm standing left behind. Dashing off instead, I reach out ahead, but can't make it through the room in time. Eyes getting wet, don't be upset. But my heart really wants to cry. Don't go away yet. Your plan was to pique my interest and get under my skin by not telling me that it's working. How do you think Whole Cake wraps up? I have no idea because I feel like it's gonna be really chaotic. If they fail, it was one of the best songs in the concert. It really was. Okay, if they succeed, then it's gotta be chaos. If they fail, it's going to be chaos. Like, bro, like no matter what they do, it's gonna be chaos. Ugh, okay. Like, I don't see any way that Whole Cake ends that's not absolutely crazy. What if we sang a song? What if we sang some songs? What if we switched to karaoke? What if we made this a karaoke stream? What if we did some karaoke? Don't go away yet. Sorry, Astral, I think it's really funny in the last one you sent. There's just Bellamy dying in the background. Sorry, I think it's really funny. Anyway. Blossom, the wedding party will end in failure. And in tragedy. I realized something. Dressrosa ended. And they were like they made a big deal about Bellamy. And then Dressrosa ended, and they made sure to mention that, dang it, man. They made sure, okay, think of this. Okay, so they had the whole thing with Bellamy, and it was like very like, oh, that was really hard to watch. And then they end it off, and they make sure that they say that Luffy had Law save Bellamy. And it's like, okay. And then I think the last time that you see Bellamy is in the house, and then he doesn't like run with them. Like, we never see Bellamy again. Where did boy go? Where is he? Did he get arrested? Where's Bellamy? Where is Bellamy? Where did he go? In a cover story? He's in a cover story. What happened to Bellamy? Where is Bellamy, man? It shows he stays there and makes toys or something? Really? He stayed in Dressrosa? I'm so curious what happened to Bellamy. No? Where's Bellamy? What is Bellamy doing? He's a designer, let's see. It's probably not a spoiler to look up. Makes Jolly Rogers! That's crazy. You You know, it probably sucks that he still has Doflamingo's, like, Jolly Roger straight up tattooed on his chest. Like, that probably sucks, you know? Interesting that he makes Jolly Rogers. Interesting. At least we know what happens to Bellamy now. I was just going, where did he go? Where did boy go? He just kind of vanished. They made sure to, like, save his life and point out that Luffy saved his life, like, asked Law to save his life, and then they didn't say anything. Makes him for the fleet? Oh, for the fleet! That's so cool! Ah, that's so sweet. That's cool. That's cool. Let's go, Bellamy. He gets this little bit of redemption. He's in a village somewhere that designs flags. Makes and designs flags. That's cool. I'm glad that we got to know what happened to Bellamy then. Whoop. Miku, no! Alright, Miku fell. I need to pick her up. Cloud, you knocked over Miku! How could you? Yeah. I have so much junk up here. She came off of her stand. I need more room. There's Miku. He retired. It's called the Village of Dyed Goods. He retired as a pirate. Love that Oda never forgets characters. Yeah, he always has something for them to do. Even if it doesn't happen in the anime or the manga. I'm happy Bellamy got a happy ending. Me too. Cause, like, he got fricked up, man. Mentally, physically. He got manipulated big time. Most of the time it does happen in the manga. Just in cover stories. Galmont? I don't know who Galmont is. I have free snacks. Let's go. The dude stuck it. That's not Galmont, is it? It's Gaimon. Yeah, he gets married, right? Or something like that. Oh, here's a girlfriend. He's like stuck in a barrel. And gets married? Let's go. Sure, Funko. That's so funny. Gaimon is also Oda's favorite character. I wonder if that's actually true, or if he was joking. Because some people think that he was being sarcastic when he said that, but I think that'd be funny if that's his favorite character, this dude that's super forgettable. That appeared so early in the story. There's a play on Simon and Garfunkel. That's so good. People think that Gaimon reveals what the One Piece is? That would be so funny! Also, if it is his favorite character, then that's really funny, because that means his wife's favorite character is Edgy Surgeon of Death, and his favorite character is Man Trapped in Box. That's so silly. Not that he reveals it literally, but he reveals it in a foreshadowy way. Yeah. I love fruit snacks so much, man. Come on. Oh, I put my earphones in wrong. I think the theory was that when we get to where One Piece is and we find out that someone else already found it, that'd be weird. Warlord tier list. Oh dear. You already know my favorite warlord. You already know my favorite warlord. I don't think there's any real evidence behind it, but it's an interesting theory. The theory that, like, someone found the One Piece and just didn't mention anything about it was kind of interesting. Yeah, I left it all in one piece. Dang it, Blossom. What? What? Up in chat and talk more One Piece facts. Hello, asking for a friend. Welcome. Theories. I need to get caught up with the anime because you keep spoiling shit. Your favorite warlord is Dofi, right? No! My favorite warlord is Law. Dofi's my second favorite. You can let me in? No. No. Kuma is my favorite. I know Kuma shows up more later, but I haven't gotten it revealed yet. He hasn't shown up yet. Getting ready for training tonight. Ooh. There's a spot on my screen and I think it's like a... Oh, I'm dumb! I saw a black spot on my screen and I tried to scratch it off and I realized it was not indeed a black spot on my screen. It was the mole next to my mouth. I'm not very smart. I'm not very smart. I feel stupid. Get got by my design, nerd. You're so mean. I win. Let me in? No. You'll spoil shit. You've already spoiled some stuff. I promised Boily Boyfriend I wouldn't talk to you about One Piece because you'll spoil stuff. Training for orientation as a deacon. Ooh! I can't wait for the Studio Wit remake. Too excited. I think I've generally avoided spoilers for you. Yeah, you've been good. Astral has spoiled stuff, though. November will be a deacon. Congrats! Got your fish the page you got hit with ads. Get hit with ads, loser! Hee 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 hee. I'm gonna get more people into One Piece, man. I can say I can't stand Power Scaler sometimes. Now there is a spot on my screen. It's in a different place though. Why is that there? There you go. Yeah. Alright. Some power scalers are so void of narrative context. Yeah. It's 7 o'clock! What the frick? I want to play One Piece Odyssey, so I think I'm gonna raid out. Oh, bye, Astral. Be sad, be sad. Be sad. I don't normally stream this much. Bye, Starboy. Senior Starboy. VTuber sister doesn't love me. Get fricked, motherfricker! Baby Bodo is sad. So cool! Congrats, Freen! Ugh. My eyebrows itch. I know who to raid. I have not gotten to raid her, so it's interesting to see. We are going to read Tiny Taffy. She's Christian. She's married. Sorry, fellas. She's actually surprisingly young. It kills me a bit inside that she's younger than me and she's like married. Ah! Anyway, she's VTuber. Pretty sweet. No cursing in her chat, if I remember right. She's trying to prevent cursing. So stay in wholesome mode. Anyway. Tomorrow I will not be here because I will be working. So I think I might stream on Thursday. Anyway, have a good night or day. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. I'll see you guys on Thursday. Hopefully I won't be burnt out. I'm trying to stop from burning out, but I haven't burnt out too much, so. Having a little break in between is good. And use foul language like quack and honk. Taking a short breaks has been really nice. But all I do is watch One Piece, so it's a little bad. I don't know. I'm feeding into my obsession. Don't burn yourself. Take care, everyone. I love you. God bless. Goodbye.